Hey friends, tonight we're diving into something darker. No knights in shining armor or fairy tale castles. Think more dirt floors, parasites, and suffering disguised as breakfast. Because medieval life, let's be honest, you wouldn't survive a full day. So if you're tucked into a clean bed right now, maybe let your fan hum in the background, take a deep breath, and appreciate the luxury. You're about to wake up in the year 1325. Congratulations, you're alive. But so are the fleas. You stir awake on a lumpy straw mattress that smells like a livestock pen and feels like it was dragged out of one. Because it was. There's no memory foam, no sheets, and definitely no thread count, just a scratchy wool blanket that's absorbed months of body odor and probably weighs as much as a full-grown goat. A distant church bell tolls. That's your alarm. It's louder than your smoke detector and about 10 times less forgiving. You're in a one-room timber hut with no windows, no insulation, and zero personal space. The entire family, including that one cousin who just showed up one day and never left, is sharing the same room. So are the chickens, and the bugs, and the smell. The air is a charming blend of stale beer, goat musk, wet wool, and maybe mold. Probably mold. There's no scented candle to cover it. Those haven't been invented. Even if they were, they'd melt straight into your dirt floor. You try to stretch, but your body immediately regrets it. You're 22, which is middle-aged here. Your joints creak like an old barn door. Your knees, they sound like you're shaking a bag of gravel. Getting out of bed is a gamble. Step down and you're either in last night's rain puddle or a mysterious crust that may or may not have been laid by the family's chicken. You wince, and now you're standing, barefoot, naturally, because shoes are a luxury. The floor is a living ecosystem of mud, straw, manure, and yesterday's regrets. It's not a surface, it's a texture. There's no bedroom to escape to, no curtain to hide behind, just communal everything. Privacy doesn't exist. You wake up beside your parents, siblings, maybe a baby, maybe a stranger. You'll eat, sleep, sneeze, and pick lice out of each other's hair in full view. It's a constant group project in survival. And just when you think it can't get worse, it does. Because now, nature calls. You shuffle outside, stomach groaning. Forget plumbing. There's no porcelain, no water pressure, and absolutely no toilet paper. If you're a peasant, and you are, your bathroom is a wooden bucket behind the house. It's already overflowing because Uncle Wolfstone had a questionable experience with some turnips last night. The smell. Think fermented sadness mixed with burning compost. You hold your breath, do your business, and then, here comes the fun part. You throw it into the street. Yes, the street. Custom dictates you yell gargaloo before dumping your waste out the window. That's Old French for incoming feces, essentially. Nobody moves in time. Streets are open sewers. Picture rivers of human waste, horse droppings, and thick puddles of mystery goo. And if you're in a town lucky enough to have public latrines, you'll get to sit side by side with strangers on a long bench with a shared trench. It's an awkward game of don't make eye contact, or praying you don't fall in. Toilet paper, trine moss, leaves, a handful of straw, maybe a rag, if you're wealthy. Some just use nothing, which explains why nobody shakes hands. Not yet, anyway. Now, castles must be better, right? Not really. Nobles relieve themselves in what's called a garderobe, a fancy term for a hole in the wall that drops waste into the moat below. Convenient, but vulnerable. Enemies have been known to climb in through those same waste chutes during sieges. Yes, medieval plumbing was so bad, it doubled as an entrance for hostile soldiers. No matter your status, going's public, gross, and an invitation for infection. A slip on a wet stone, and you're face down in medieval leftovers. And just to be clear, you haven't brushed your teeth yet. That's coming next. But first, you deserve a meal, right? Time for breakfast. Except, this is the Middle Ages. Breakfast isn't a joy, it's a dare. You slouch over to the hearth, hoping for something warm and nourishing. Instead, you get a bowl of pottage, a thick, sad sludge of grains, root vegetables, and whatever was still edible last night. It's not cooked. It's continuously added to, like an edible compost heap. New ingredients are dumped in daily. No one washes the pot. Alongside it, you get a hunk of bread that could double as a blunt weapon. It's baked from coarse barley or rye flour, often padded out with sawdust, older corns, or, in desperate times, tree bark. This is not toast. It's a punishment. Drinks, not water. That'll kill you. It's filled with bacteria, sewage, and plague potential. So instead you get weak beer. Even the kids drink it. Not because it's fun. Because it's the only thing that's boiled. Thinking of cheese or meat? Forget it. Those are feast day luxuries. And spices? A pinch of pepper costs more than your monthly rent. You'll taste onions if you're lucky. Most of the time, your food tastes like grey. But hey, you're not here to enjoy. You're here to survive. And now that you've fueled up on gritty bread and beer-flavoured water, it's time to get dressed for the day. Sorted. Your wardrobe? One outfit. That's it. You've worn it every day for months, maybe years. It's a rough wool tunic, coarse and itchy, held together by uneven stitching and sheer will. No undergarments, no socks. If you're lucky, a linen shift underneath. If not, it's medieval freeballing. Washing it, good luck. There's no soap, no machine. You'd have to hold water, heat it, scrub with ashes, and hang it in the rare sunlight. So you don't. Which is why your clothes smell like an abandoned bonfire, and you do too. Shoes. Most peasants go barefoot. Through mud, through manure, through sharp stones and deceased puddles. If you do own shoes, they're made of brittle leather and fall apart faster than your back will later today. Your skin itches constantly. You've got fleas, lice, bed bugs. No one escapes. Even the monks are itchy. Even the nobles are scratching behind their ears while pretending they aren't. You're a walking insect colony in wool armor. And with that, you're finally ready to start your day. Your joints hurt, your hair is greasy, your breath could kill crops, and your breakfast is fermenting in your gut. The sun is rising. You're alive. Barely. You've survived waking up, using a glorified bucket as a toilet, choking down disease-resistant stew, and getting dressed in what amounts to an itchy curse. Congratulations, time to get to work. Because in the Middle Ages, rest isn't real, it's just the time between plagues. Forget offices, break rooms, or even a shady tree to sit under. Your job, if you're like the vast majority of people, is simple. Survive long enough to serve your Lord another day. You're a peasant, a serf, a human cog in someone else's wealth machine. The workday starts with the sun. Not because you're feeling inspired, but because daylight is the only time you can actually see what you're doing. You grab your tools, likely a worn wooden hoe, a splintery rake, or if you're lucky, a rusted sickle, and shuffle into the fields. Your back already hurts. You haven't even bent over yet. 6 days a week, sun up to sundown, you labor. Rain, keep working. Fever, keep working. Missing toe, keep working. There's no time off request form. No mental health day. You're lucky if you can take a bathroom break without your master raising an eyebrow. And Sundays. Technically, you get them off for church. But if crops are failing or raiders are threatening nearby, you're back in the dirt by noon. You dig. You plant. You pull weeds. You carry water from wells or rivers, sloshing over muddy paths and dodging livestock that do not respect personal space. Your spine begins to curl like a shrimp. Your hands blister, then callous, then bleed again. Eventually, you stop noticing. That's how you know you've adjusted. Women, you're working too. You don't just raise children, you raise everything. Animals, bread, buckets of water, literal hell. You spin wool, cook, clean, wash, fold, and pretend your husband's lice haven't jumped ship to your side of the bed. And if you're a child, Congratulations, you start your apprenticeship in misery around age 5. No toys, no school, just a rake your size and the hope that this year's harvest doesn't kill your family. You break a bone, tough luck. Get back out there with a limp. You get an infection, drink warm ale and whisper to God. Hope he's listening. And if you're not a farmer, maybe you're lucky enough to be a tradesperson, say a blacksmith or tanner. Great. You now work with fire, chemicals, or rotting animal parts in a tiny, unventilated shack. You smell like cooked death and have the respiratory health of a chimney. But don't worry, the pay is consistent, starvation wages. Maybe a few coins if your lord is generous, but more often it's grain or bread, or just not being kicked off the land. Got dreams of social mobility? Let them go. You're born poor, you stay poor. You're essentially renting your own life until it runs out. Now let's talk about something that doesn't get enough hate in history books: the weather. In the Middle Ages, the concept of seasons wasn't a fun Instagram post. It was a daily beatdown from above. Weather wasn't an inconvenience, it was a full-time enemy. Let's begin with winter. There's no insulation, no central heating, no cozy socks. Your home is made of wooden planks with gaps you can see daylight through. Windows covered with cloth if you're lucky. Drafts sneak in like ghosts. The fireplace, if you have one, barely warms a few inches beyond the hearth. And you don't have enough firewood to keep it burning. Why not gather more wood? Oh, because that forest near your village belongs to the Lord. Picking up the wrong stick could get you fined, jailed, or executed. So you freeze quietly in your lumpy tunic, teeth chattering like a medieval percussion instrument. Frostbite isn't treated. It's called bad luck. But wait, summer's worse. Your hut becomes an oven. There's no breeze, no shade, no deodorant. You're sweating through every layer, and you can't strip down, because society says modesty greater than comfort. Besides, showing skin invites sunburn, scandal, and about 40 new insect bites per minute. Flies, everywhere, mosquitoes, insatiable. The smell of your own body, unforgivable. You're working in the fields while your skin bakes and your head spins. No sunblock, no water bottles. You have a straw hat if you're lucky. And if not, well, enjoy the medieval sunstroke. They called it taking ill. Translation, you passed out in a cabbage patch and woke up 3 hours later with dirt in your nose and regretting your soul. And no matter the weather, rain, snow, scorching sun, your job never changes. The grain needs harvesting. The animals need feeding. The taxes need paying. Because someone has to keep the Lord's table full. It sure isn't going to be him. At this point, you're freezing in the winter, roasting in the summer, and soaked every time it rains. Because no one thought to waterproof anything. Your roof leaks, your shoes leak, your life leaks. So what do you do to cool off? Take a drink of water? Take a bath? Nope, because water in the 1300s wants to kill you. Let's talk hydration. That stream near your home might look clear and peaceful, like something out of a fantasy novel, but it's a trap. Upstream, someone just dumped their chamber pot into it, or a rotting animal, or both. You don't drink the water because it's full of bacteria and parasites. Instead, you drink beer. Yes, even kids. Not because it's fun, but because it's boiled. It's called small beer. Low alcohol, high survival rate. It's basically medieval Pedialyte. Rich folks drink wine, but you're on the ale diet, morning to night. Don't worry, it won't get you drunk, just barely hydrated and constantly bloated. Bathing. Good luck. People used to bathe more, but then bad science and suspicious priests stepped in. Rumors spread that bathing opened your pores to disease. So you were healthier if you stayed dirty. Literal layers of grime were seen as protective. Communal bathhouses did exist, but many were shut down due to, let's say, extracurricular activities. The church frowned on nudity and public hygiene coexisting, so bathhouses were seen as suspicious, scandalous, possibly sinful. One to watch at home. First, cold water. Then boil it over a fire. Then pour it into a leaky wooden tub. Then pray that someone else didn't bathe in it first, or worse after. Oh, and rain barrels, full of bird puke, insect larvae, and moss. Sounds refreshing. Water in medieval life was a wild gamble. You didn't just fear disease, you feared bathing for causing disease. And that's if you even had time for it. Next time you sip a glass of clean tap water or enjoy a warm shower, remember, you're cheating death like a wizard compared to your ancestors. And while we're on the topic of dying, let's talk about medicine, or what passed for it. Let's say you've stubbed your toe on a rock shaped like disappointment. Or maybe you drank a suspicious gulp of water, and now your stomach feels like it's doing medieval gymnastics. What do? You need help. You need a doctor. Too bad. In the Middle Ages, doctors don't really exist. Not the way we think of them. Medicine is basically a cocktail of superstition, religion, and guesswork sprinkled with a healthy dose of torture. It's how it works. Your body is controlled by 4 humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Feeling off. Clearly, your internal soup recipe is unbalanced. Fever. Too much blood. Depression. That's too much black bile. Headache. Maybe your phlegm's in a bad mood. So what's the cure? Well, bloodletting. Yes, they actually cut you open to drain blood. Or they slap leeches on your skin like biological suction cups. The idea is to remove the excess humor. Does it help? Not really, but hey, at least you're lightheaded and distracted from your original symptoms. And here's the kicker. Barbers often perform this. That's right. The same guy who trims your bangs also slices open your veins. 2 for 1 special. Feeling anxious or just off. Time for a laxative or a good purge. Warm herbal brew, if you're lucky. Cow dung and vinegar, if you're not. And if things still aren't looking up, the priest might be called in. Not to heal you, just to start preparing your soul for the inevitable. Let's say you break a bone, or get a nasty cut. Now you're in real danger. There's no anesthesia, no antiseptic, no antibiotics. Surgery is performed with rusted knives and shaky hands, often by people who've never read a single book. They don't believe in germs yet. Disease comes from bad air or moral failings. You were probably just too sinful last week. That's why your leg's infected. Or a stomach ache. Must be, because you invited your neighbor's goat. Hope you're ready to confess your sins while vomiting into a straw pile. And if your condition gets worse, expect more leeches, maybe crushed beetles, and eventually a priest giving you your last rites, just in case your soul hasn't gotten the memo. Modern medicine is centuries away, and here, recovery is basically a miracle. Survive, God's blessing. Die, also God's will. Either way, your chances aren't great. Oh, and dental problems. Buckle up. Your teeth are a battlefield, and they're losing. There's no toothpaste, no toothbrush, no floss, no concept of oral hygiene. The most you might do is chew on a stick or rinse your mouth with vinegar. Your teeth decay slowly and painfully. Cavities turn into abscesses. Gums swell and bleed. Your breath could start fires. By your mid-20s, your smile looks like an archaeological dig site. If you get a bad enough toothache, your options are pray, drink heavily, yell until someone knocks the tooth out, or go see a barber surgeon who will rip it out with metal tongs and zero mercy. If the wound gets infected, you could die. Yes, die from a toothache. No antibiotics, no root canals, just inflammation, fever, and eventual sepsis. All because you chewed the wrong piece of bark. Kissing. Don't even try it. Everyone's breath smells like a cheese grater soaked in vinegar. Romantic. Now, let's move on to the most hopeful part of your day. Dinner. You've worked yourself half to death. Your joints are screaming. Your skin is itchy. You smell like sadness. You drag yourself back into your hut and pray for one thing: a hot meal. Too bad. Welcome to dinner in medieval Europe. It might literally kill you. Food preservation doesn't exist. There's no fridge, no freezer, just salt, smoke, and the cold. Meat, if you have any, it's been hanging in the air for days, covered in flies, half eaten by a rat, and probably still getting served. Bread is the staple of your diet, but don't imagine a fluffy sourdough loaf. This bread is like a weapon, hard, dense, and often padded with creative ingredients like bark, acorns, sawdust, or even clay. In some years, you bulk it out with ergot, a fungus that grows on rye. It's toxic, causes hallucinations, seizures, and sometimes death. Imagine dinner that comes with a side of medieval LSD and tetans. Vegetables? Sure, when they're in season. That means turnips. So many turnips, boiled, mashed, roasted, or just floating like lost souls in a never-ending pot of pottage. Pottage is a never-ending stew you keep adding stuff to. Grains, weeds, old vegetables, bones if you're lucky. It's not a meal. It's a vague experience in a bowl. Dairy, milk spoils in hours. Cheese and butter stick around longer, but they're also filled with bacteria. You eat them anyway because they're marginally better than starving. Fruit, only in the fall. Sugar, if you're rich. A pinch of cinnamon or pepper costs more than you earn in a month. For peasants, flavor is a fantasy. And don't even think about hunting. Wild animals belong to the Lord. Get caught poaching a rabbit. You might lose a hand, or your life. Yes, your dinner could get you executed. Every meal is a gamble. You eat not because you're excited, but because you don't want to faint tomorrow. You choke down your grey stew, pray it doesn't give you worms, and call it a win. Now that you've filled your stomach with lightly cursed nutrients, maybe you're ready to wind down. Not so fast. Religion runs this world, and God is always watching. In medieval Europe, faith isn't a personal belief, it's law. It controls your calendar, your meals, your marriage, your identity, and your afterlife. The church is your landlord, your boss, your school, and your news station all rolled into one. You don't read the Bible, it's in Latin. Only monks and clergy know it. You rely on the priest to tell you what God wants, and he will tell you, often. Every day is structured around prayer bells. You hear one in the morning, one at noon, and one at night. If you miss Mass, eat meat on a Friday, or have one lustful dream, it's Sin City. Eternal hellfire is a real and vivid threat. Forget therapy. Confession is your only option. Feeling anxious? Probably a demon. Have a weird dream? Better light a candle and start repenting. You give 1/10 of your income to the church, even if you barely have an income. Have a cow, they get milk. Have chickens, they get eggs. Have nothing. We're spiritually bankrupt and socially doomed. And if you speak out against the church, you're not asking questions. You're becoming a heretic, which means burning, drowning, flogging, or all three. Religion isn't optional. It's the air you breathe. Miss a ritual, and suddenly Agnes from 2 huts over is reporting you for witchcraft. Again, holidays? Yes, but they're holy days, not parties. You still go to Mass, still fast, still pray. Celebrating too hard is considered suspect. And if you're laughing too loud during a feast, expect side-eye from Brother Eustace. So you bow, you kneel, you pray, not because you're enlightened, but because you're terrified of plague, of famine, of sin, of hell, of everything. And if you're a woman, you'll want to buckle up even tighter, because that spiritual pressure doubles. So, you've slogged through back-breaking labor, chewed your way through fungus-flavored bread, and survived a healing session involving blood loss and cow dung. Congrats. Now let's make things even more difficult by being born a woman in the Middle Ages. Life as a medieval woman. Imagine being seen as a walking baby machine with less freedom than the family goat. Your entire existence is defined by your body, specifically what it can produce, carry, clean, or cook. From the moment you're born, you're taught one thing: serve. Serve your father, then your husband, then your children. If you're lucky, you might get to serve a convent instead. Independence, dreams, rights, that's cute. Girls marry young, like really young. We're talking 12, 13, maybe 14 if your family's feeling generous. You don't get to pick your husband. Your father does. It's not about love, it's a transaction. A dowry gets paid, a ceremony happens, and boom, you're a wife, a cook, a maid, and soon after, a mother. Childbirth, not a private hospital moment. It's terrifying, filthy, and incredibly dangerous. There's no anesthesia, no trained doctor, just your neighbour Marjorie, who's had 8 kids and thinks boiled herbs solve everything. If the baby comes out healthy, it's a miracle. If you survive it, it's a second one. And if you die during childbirth, that's just the risk of being female. Happens all the time. Once you've delivered a child, your job isn't over. Now you're responsible for keeping the baby alive, without clean water, proper nutrition, or any medical help. And by the way, you'll probably be pregnant again within a year. Your body barely has time to recover before it's thrown back into the gauntlet. Let's say you're not married. Maybe you became a nun. That's better, right? Slightly, you escape pregnancy, and if you're educated, you might even learn to read. But your life still revolves around strict obedience, silence, and prayer from sunrise to sunset. And you'll never leave the convent again. So it's a trade, freedom from childbirth, but also freedom from freedom. As for widows, society views them with suspicion. If your husband dies and you're still relatively young, people will whisper. Maybe you poisoned him. Maybe you're a witch. Maybe you want to be independent, and we can't have that. And if you're poor, things get worse. You work all day, cooking, cleaning, hauling water, weaving, spinning, nursing, raising livestock, foraging, and still managing to raise children. You don't get praise. You don't get rest. You get callous hands and a short life. Even your clothing is controlled. Show too much skin. You're immoral. Speak your mind. You're hysterical. Learn to read. Dangerous. You might get ideas. Now imagine you've done everything right. You're faithful, obedient, hardworking. Still, you live under the constant threat of accusation. Because here's the kicker. Society believes women are naturally closer to sin. More emotional, more lustful, more tempting. If anything goes wrong, a storm ruins crops, a cow dies, a child falls ill, someone will look for a woman to blame. Enter the concept of witchcraft. The church pushed hard on the idea that Satan worked through women. Did you know how to heal people with herbs? That's suspicious. Did you help deliver babies? Black magic, clearly. Did you talk back to a man in public? Now you're on thin ice. You could be accused of witchcraft for literally anything. A neighbor's milk goes sour. You get blamed. Someone has a bad dream. Must be your fault. Once accused, you're not defending yourself in court. You're defending yourself against torture until you confess to something you didn't do. If you're lucky, they just imprison you. If not, you're burned alive or drowned in a river. Either way, your odds aren't great. Being born a woman in the Middle Ages is like being set up for a lifelong game, where the rules are designed against you, and the penalty for losing is fatal. And this is all assuming you're a free woman. Let's not even get started on what happens to enslaved women, or those dragged into warfare, or the thousands caught between noblemen's greed and church doctrine. By now, you're probably wondering how people stayed sane through all this. Short answer, they didn't. Many didn't make it past their 30s. Long answer, let's talk about violence, punishment, and what law and order really looked like in medieval times. So you've managed to stay out of trouble mostly. You haven't stolen anything, You didn't question the church out loud, and your neighbor hasn't accused you of witchcraft. Yet, that's good. Because in the Middle Ages, breaking the rules came with consequences, and not the slap on the wrist kind. Justice wasn't about fairness, it was about fear. The system was designed to make an example out of you, and often it didn't matter if you were guilty. It only mattered that someone with more power decided you were. Let's say you're accused of theft. Maybe you took a loaf of bread, or someone said they saw you do it. You're arrested. You don't get a lawyer. You don't get a trial the way we know it. You get what's called a trial by ordeal. One method. You hold a red-hot iron bar and walk 3 paces. Your hand is then wrapped and left for 3 days. If it heals cleanly, you're innocent. If it festers, you're guilty. Seems objective, right? Another method. They tie you up and throw you into a river. If you float, you're guilty. Why? Because water, being pure, rejects you. If you sink, you're innocent, but you may also drown. It's a lose-lose with bonus hypothermia. And if you're found guilty, the punishment isn't jail, it's pain. Thieves might have a hand chopped off. Liars could have their tongues pierced or cut. Public humiliation was common. Stocks, pillories, being paraded around town with signs listing your sins. Not to correct behavior, but to let everyone else know what happens when you step out of line. For more serious crimes, things got much worse. Torture was often used to extract confessions. The rack stretched your limbs until joints popped. The Iron Maiden, a steel coffin with spikes inside. The wheel? You'd be tied to it, and your limbs smashed with clubs. These weren't myths. They were state-sanctioned terror. Executions were public events. Beheadings, hangings, and burnings were advertised like social gatherings. People brought their children. Vendors sold food. The idea was to scare everyone straight, through brutality and bloodshed. Even minor offences could land you in a world of hurt. Gossip too loudly. You might be forced to wear a metal mask with a spiked bit in your mouth. Cheat on your spouse. Get branded with hot iron. Public shame was a tool, and they used it well. And if you were poor or a woman, your word meant less, much less. Justice favoured the wealthy, the landowners, the clergy. If someone powerful wanted you gone, it didn't need much evidence. Just the right accusation, spoken at the wrong time. So you kept your head down. You didn't talk back. You prayed that nobody important noticed you. Because the law wasn't about right and wrong. It was about order. Maintaining it. Enforcing it. And reminding everyone where they stood. Now imagine this level of violence baked into every part of your life. Not just the justice system. This is a world where casual cruelty isn't shocking. It's expected. Let's talk warfare. The Middle Ages were full of battles. Kings fought over land. Nobles squabbled over borders. Religious crusades turned Europe into a giant battlefield. And if you were a peasant, you were caught in the middle. You didn't carry a sword, you were untrained. You had a pitchfork, maybe a club. If the village got raided, you ran. Or hid. Or got trampled. Castles sound romantic. Until you realized they were built as fortresses. Defensive strongholds with narrow staircases, arrow slits, and murder holes for pouring boiling oil on intruders. If you're living near one, it's because danger is expected. And when war came, it wasn't neat. There were no rules of engagement. Villages were burned, crops destroyed, civilians slaughtered, women assaulted, children killed or conscripted. Armies traveled like plagues, consuming everything, leaving rot behind. And even when it wasn't war season, violence still hung in the air. Bar fights could end in death. Street crime was rampant. Feuds between families could last generations. A dispute over a cow could escalate to bloodshed. Life was violent. And death? Always nearby. Let's talk mortality. In the modern world, living to 80 is normal. In medieval times, that number was fantasy. You were considered old by 40. Most people didn't get there. Infant mortality was high. Many babies didn't survive their first year. If you made it to childhood, you dodged plague, famine, and injury. Teenagers often entered adulthood already broken down by hard labor and poor nutrition. Women, as we mentioned, died frequently in childbirth. Men died in battle, in accidents for infection. Kids died from fevers, from dirty water, from diseases we now treat with over-the-counter meds. And let's not forget the big one, the Black Death. In the 14th century, the bubonic plague swept through Europe and wiped out about a third of the population. That's millions dead in just a few years. Imagine everyone on your street, your town, gone, rotting, burning, entire villages empty. There were no hospitals, no antibiotics, no idea what caused it. People thought it was punishment from God. Some blamed foreigners, lepers, even cats. Nothing helped. Once you got it, death came fast. Fever, vomiting, black boils, delirium. Within days, sometimes hours, your body shut down. No one could save you. Often, no one would try. And then there was famine. Crop failure could mean starvation. There were years where people boiled tree bark to make soup. Some historians report cannibalism in the worst hit areas. Death was normal, constant. You didn't fear if it came. You feared when. A toothache could become lethal. A scrape on your leg could turn septic. You watched loved ones vanish with no explanation and no ceremony. The world was brutal, and your time in it was short. Still feeling nostalgic for the good old days? Let's put the final nail in the coffin by talking about the myth of medieval romance. Because the version you know, the chivalry, the noble quests, the true love stories, that's not the reality, it's marketing. Under her influence, Russia's image transformed in the eyes of Western Europe. No longer seen as purely brutal or backward, it now radiated a curated sophistication. Her court became a beacon of elegance, learning, and culture. The monarch with one foot in Moscow and the other in Parisian philosophy salons. She modernized education, not just for elites but also for girls, a radical gesture at the time. She promoted the printing of books, the circulation of ideas. She even brought smallpox inoculation to Russia, publicly receiving the vaccine herself, in an age when many feared it could be fatal or heretical. It was an act of public bravery and scientific conviction. But for all her progress, Catherine's reign was one of persistent contradictions. She admired Enlightenment ideals, quoted Rousseau, translated Montesquieu, but never freed the serfs. In fact, she expanded serfdom, especially in newly annexed lands, binding millions more to a system she privately saw as outdated and cruel. Her reforms were often cosmetic more than structural, sweeping from the top down and designed to impress European peers more than uplift Russia's lowest classes. Still, she brought stability, ambition, and enduring reform to a nation prone to chaos. She understood, better than most rulers, that power wasn't inherited. It was constructed, constantly managed, and never truly safe. She ruled not by divine right, but by force of will, political genius, and a relentless ability to read both people and moments. People called her many things: usurper, tyrant, philosopher queen, seductress. But above all, she was effective. When she died in 1796, Russia was larger, wealthier, more formidable than it had been in centuries. She left behind a throne secure, a court admired, and an empire whose momentum would echo through history. Catherine didn't just reign, she ruled, with intellect, strategy, and an unapologetic grip on destiny. And in doing so, she became more than an empress. She became more than a crown, the woman behind the empress. For all her power, territory, and public triumph, Catherine the Great remained, at her core, a woman navigating an empire not built for her, and certainly not meant to be ruled by her. She was never supposed to wear the crown. She was German by birth, a foreigner in a land suspicious of outsiders. She came to power through a coup, not coronation. She ruled a court that didn't trust women, especially ambitious ones. And yet, she didn't just survive, she thrived. Catherine wasn't oriental. She was a worker, a reader, a writer, a planner. Her daily routine was more grueling than glamorous. Hours of reading dense state reports, drafting foreign correspondence, editing legislation, managing ministers and courtiers who would gladly see you fail. She governed with the endurance of a career politician and the hunger of someone who had everything to prove. And still, she felt deeply alone. She filled her world with lovers, artists, scholars, but trust remained scarce. In her memoirs, she confided that few people ever truly understood or supported her. Her son Paul became one of her deepest anxieties. She distrusted his judgment, feared his temper, and excluded him from governance, worried he would undo everything she had built. That decision created a rift so deep that she considered bypassing him in the line of succession altogether. The man who came closest to being her equal, Grigory Potemkin, evolved from passionate lover to platonic partner. Their bond outlasted desire, became a collaboration of minds. When he died in 1791, Catherine was devastated. The woman who had withstood rebellions, coups, and the endless chess game of power finally cracked, but only privately. But Catherine understood legacy. She crafted it like a statesman and a playwright. She posed for portraits that showed her as a queen, as a mother, as a monarch. She presented herself as the embodiment of Russian destiny, even if, behind the image, was someone who had endured rejection, scandal, betrayal, and loss, and kept moving forward. When she died, history didn't just remember her. It crowned her. Not with the title she gave herself, but one earned by decades of dominance, the great. Not because she was perfect, not because she was kind, but because she seized power in a world that told women to sit quietly and smile, and rewrote the rules in her own hand. She didn't inherit greatness, she engineered it. Everything about the burial whispered royalty, the jade, the craftsmanship, the reverent care with which the body had been laid to rest. And yet, no name, no blood, no inscriptions carved to announce her to eternity. It was one of the richest female burials ever discovered in this America, and yet it spoke only in riddles. No dates, no titles, just red dust, green stone, and enduring silence. She was buried not in gold, but in powdered cinnabar, a toxic, luminous red that clung to every surface like memory. It coated the stone sarcophagus, the chamber walls, the ritual offerings, and the delicate bones of the woman herself. This wasn't an accident. It was a message. In Maya belief, red was sacred. It symbolized life, blood, rebirth, sacrifice, the very pulse of the universe. Cinnabar, made from crushed mercury sulfide, wasn't just visually striking, it was spiritually dangerous. To bathe a body in it was to mark that person as not merely royal, but divine. It was a transformation, death not as an ending, but as an apotheosis. The archaeologists who opened the sealed tomb beneath Temple Equerry at Palenque in 1994 gave her a name, the Red Queen. And the name stuck, buried in silence, drenched in power. Unlike other Maya tombs, this one had remained untouched by waters, time, or the elements. It had been deliberately hidden, sealed beneath stone, and obscured from view, as if the world wasn't meant to find her, or not yet. She was not meant to be remembered by words. She was meant to be remembered through ritual. Her burial wasn't grand in size, but in symbolism. Her skull rested on a jaguar pelt, a sacred emblem of the underworld and royal authority. At her side lay jade necklaces, obsidian blades, and bone needles, objects that spoke of ceremony, status, and spiritual passage. Everything in the tomb had been chosen with precision. This was not wealth on display, it was a cosmic passport. Among the most striking finds was a jade funerary mask, delicate and mosaic, shaped to mirror the contours of her face. In contrast to the gleaming gold death masks of Egypt, this one was subtle, personal, powerful. It wasn't about preserving beauty. It was about preserving the soul. To the Maya, death was not an end. It was a transition. The soul would descend into Zabalaba, the underworld, a vast, layered, and perilous realm, and needed both spiritual tools and symbolic armor to survive the journey. The Red Queen's tomb was a map to the afterlife, written not in script, but in jade shell, obsidian, and blood-red dust. Who was she? This is the heart of the mystery. The richness of her burial, the proximity of her tomb to the Temple of the Inscriptions, just steps away from the resting place of Kinich Pekel, known today as Pekel the Great, suggested a deep connection. Some speculated she was his queen, a woman named Sati Rajor, who married into the dynasty and bore Pekel's heir. Others proposed she was Sat Tut, his powerful mother who ruled Palenka's region before Pekel came of age. Still others offered more esoteric theories. Perhaps a high priestess or a royal ancestor whose name was intentionally kept from history, preserved instead in ritual and symbolism. The strongest theory remains that she was Sati Rajor, queen, consort, and mother of kings. A woman of noble birth, married into Palenka's ruling family at a young age, who stood beside one of the most celebrated kings in Mayan history during the golden age of the city. And then there's the cinnabar. Only 2 burials at Palenka were found with such heavy cinnabar saturation, Pekel the Great and the Red Queen. It seems unlikely this was coincidence. In a world where everything carried meaning, for the placement of a skull with a number of jade beads, the shared use of red dust was a kind of spiritual fingerprint, a bond that transcended age. Tomb, without a name. DNA tests were conducted in hopes of confirming the link between Pekel and the Red Queen. The results? Inconclusive. There was no direct maternal relationship, which ruled out her being his mother. But there was nothing to disprove that she could have been his wife. And in Maya culture, marriage was not about blood, but alliance. She could still have been his most intimate and sacred counterpart. The lack of a name may not have been a loss of time, but an intentional erasure. Perhaps her identity was considered too sacred, too divine, to be spoken. Perhaps the ritual itself was meant to make her more than a name, to let her become a symbol of death, power, and transcendence. A kind of Maya goddess, fashioned not in myth, but in ritual. She was a queen, a mother, a priestess, or all 3. But above all, she was a woman buried not in silence, but in ceremony. Every object in that tomb, from the jaguar pelt to the obsidian blade, whispered that she was more than mortal. The mystery that endures. Today, the Red Queen's tomb remains one of the most important archaeological discoveries in the Americas. Not because of what we know, but because of what we still don't. Her story is told not through written histories, but through color, texture, and symbolism. Her silence is haunting, her presence undeniable. And in that way, she mirrors others like her in history. Women who wielded power behind veils, who were erased from books, but remembered in stone and ritual. Like Catherine the Great, she ruled a world not designed for her, and in death, she defied its limits. 2 women. 2 thrones, one of marble, one of limestone. 2 crowns, one gilded, one masked. And 2 legacies written in silence and spectacle. The Red Queen did not leave behind a name, but in that absence, she became eternal. In Maya cosmology, the soul lived on not through monuments, but through ritual, symbol, and the whispers of the air. And so, the Red Queen remains suspended, somewhere between legend and truth, between name and myth. A woman who ruled not through carved stone, but through scarlet and silence. But to understand the Red Queen, we must first understand the world she came from. A civilization of powerful women. The ancient Maya world was not simply a stage for kings and warlords. It was a landscape where royal women wielded real influence, sometimes from behind the throne, sometimes on it. In a society where lineage was sacred and bloodlines were everything, women were not ornamental. They were essential. Politics for the Maya was often a family affair, and dynastic power was a dance of alliances, marriages, and bloodlines. Royal women were diplomats, princesses and power brokers. They sponsored temples, led rituals, and in times of crisis, ruled outcomes. Consider Satkot, the mother of King Ichijanaw-Pekul. When Pelenk's throne stood empty, she didn't just hold it for her son. She claimed it. For 3 years she ruled in her own name, issuing royal edicts, overseeing construction projects, and maintaining control of the kingdom until Pekul was old enough to rule. Without her, so-called golden age of Pelenk may never have dawned. And Satkot was no anomaly. Across the Maya world, from Naxxalan to Naranjo to Kalapno, glyphs and murals show women performing major ceremonies, engaging in diplomatic negotiations, and standing at the heart of Maya ritual life. They wore the same elaborate headdresses as kings. They were portrayed on stela, arms outstretched in sacrifice, eyes fixed on gold. Some led armies. Others forged empires with marriage and sacred bloodlines. Their names were remembered until colonialism and conquest swept them into silence, rewriting the Red Queen's legacy. Through this lens, the Red Queen begins to take shape, not as an anomaly, but as a continuation of this powerful tradition. Her name may be lost, but her burial speaks louder than any inscription. The cinnabar, the jade, the chamber hidden beside Pekul's own. Everything about her final resting place suggests someone who mattered, not as an accessory to power, but as a pillar of it. Her jade mask, cool and delicate, was more than funerary art. It was an icon of identity, designed not only to honor her in death, but to preserve her presence in the eyes of the gods. Her bloodline, now invisible to us, may have been the glue that held Pelenk's royal house together. In Maya civilization, queens were not simply consorts. They were keepers of sacred lineage, voices in the ceremonial world, and often bridges between gods and men. The Red Queen may be nameless to us, but in her world, she was never voiceless. A temple for a queen, and she wasn't just buried with treasures. She was buried in architecture, rich with meaning, layered with cosmology, built with intention. Her tomb was hidden within Temple Exarni, one of the more modest pyramids in the heart of Perak. Yet its location is telling, just steps away from the towering temple of the inscriptions, where Pekul the Great was entombed in grandeur. Maya temples were not arranged at random. Their orientation, placement, and construction were cosmic decisions tied to astrology, myth, and royal legacy. Temple Exarni rises quietly, a shadow to its grander sibling, but it guards something more intimate. The tomb was built deep within the pyramid, accessible only by a narrow, steep staircase that descends like a spiral into the underworld. Entering it feels symbolic, a descent into Xibalba, the Maya land of the dead. The chamber is small, austere, its walls bare. No murals, no glyphs, just stone and silence. But this quiet may have been intentional, a sacred space designed not to be seen by the living, but to guide the dead through transformation. At the center sits the sarcophagus, carved from limestone and bathed in cinnabar. Unlike Pekul's lid, etched with the image of cosmic rebirth, the Red Queen's tomb is focused inward. The body, the color, the transition. The tomb is aligned east to west, a spiritual axis mimicking the sun's daily journey from birth to death. Every element, the sealed chamber, the steep descent, the silence, suggests a ritual space meant not for mourning, but for ascension. This was the grave. It was a gateway, crossing into the afterlife. To the Maya, death was never an end. It was a threshold, a portal into the multi-layered underworld of Xibalba, a dangerous, shadowed realm ruled by gods of death and triumph. The soul didn't drift gently to peace, it fought. It endured, and only those properly buried, richly armed, and cosmically aligned could make the journey safely. The Red Queen had everything she needed. She was wrapped in cinnabar, a shroud of rebirth. She was adorned in jade, the breath of the gods. She was surrounded by ritual objects, obsidian blades, bone needles, ceramic vessels likely once filled with maize, kakao, pulp, or incense, spiritual sustenance for the long road ahead. The presence of sharp instruments, stingray spines, obsidian shards, may hint at auto-sacrifice rituals. These tools could have represented rites she performed in life, or rituals reenacted at her death to energize her soul. To the Maya, sacrifice was currency, an offering of blood for balance, a trade for divine favor. Most sacred of all was her jade funeral mask, carefully tiled to mirror her features. The Maya believed that the face was the mirror of the soul, and in death, the gods had to recognize that face. The mask was not a decoration. It was identity armor, meant to preserve her spirit across dimensions. Her burial was not a goodbye. It was a coronation into eternity. Eternal, not forgotten in death, the Red Queen entered into. No name, no voice, just symbols, blood-red powder, and jade breath. And yet, through the architecture, the objects, and the cosmology, we begin to hear her speak, not in glyphs, but in ritual language. She was not erased. She was elevated. Her tomb is not just one of the greatest archaeological discoveries in the Americas. It is a monument to Maya womanhood, to sacred power, and to the belief that death is merely a path towards something greater. In her silence, the Red Queen tells us, I mattered, I endured, I transformed. The Red Queen, draped in the deep red of blood, entombed within a pyramid, and honored with sacred offerings, was not simply laid to rest. She was being prepared for rebirth. Not as a mortal, but as a being entwined with the sacred rhythms of the cosmos. Her burial wasn't an end, but the dawn of a legend. Just a few steps from her final resting place stands one of Mesoamerica's most famous tombs, that of Kinich Janet Powell, known simply as Powell the Great. His grand burial inside the Temple of the Inscriptions is celebrated for its scale, artistry, and profound spiritual symbolism. Yet what makes the Red Queen's tomb extraordinary was not just what was inside, but where it was found. Her sarcophagus was hidden within Temple 3, directly beside Powell's monument. In Palenque, a city where every temple's location followed cosmic order, this proximity was deliberate, a message carved in stone. Many scholars believe the Red Queen was Zapu El, Powell's queen and trusted consort. Though her tomb bears no inscriptions, the parallels between their burials are striking. Both wrapped in cinnabar, both entombed in pyramids, both buried with jade, and both treated with great reverence. Their rituals mirror one another as if two hands of a sacred story. Powell's sarcophagus lid famously depicts him ascending the underworld tree, the cosmic scene of death and rebirth. The Red Queen's tomb is simpler, lacking such imagery, but its meaning lies in their pairing. If Powell symbolized the sun's nightly journey through the underworld to rise again, then the Red Queen may have embodied the moon, the feminine force tracing its own mysterious path across the sky. Together, they represent a cosmic duality, masculine and feminine, king and queen, sun and moon, order and ritual. In Maya thought, rulership was never solitary, it was relational. Cosmic harmony demanded balance, a balance reflected in the royal court. By placing the Red Queen beside Powell, the Maya preserved not just a marriage, but a cosmic partnership. Their closeness in death may reflect their roles in life. A queen not behind, but beside her king, sharing not just power, but legacy. In their tombs, they speak without words, two souls wrapped in cinnabar and stone, joined for eternity in one of history's most sacred silences. Though her name has faded over time, the Red Queen of Palenque endures not as a forgotten relic, but as one of the ancient world's most enigmatic and powerful women. Her tomb, sealed for more than 1,300 years, whispers through the ages, inviting questions that grow louder with each discovery. She is a mystery we may never fully solve. No glyph carves her name, no stele tells her story. Yet the care in her burial, the richness of her offerings, and the symbolism of her blood-red bones speak volumes. She was more than a wife or concept. She was a woman of true influence, spiritual power, and royal blood. Today, the Red Queen challenges our assumptions. She reminds us that Maya women were not silent observers. They led rituals, governed cities, and shaped dynasties. While kings like Power have long held the spotlight, the Red Queen's resurgence shows that power did not belong to men alone. It flowed through mothers, queens, princesses, and visionaries. Her legacy is more than the treasures she left behind. It is the conversation she has ignited among archaeologists, historians, artists, and storytellers. Every jade bead, every layer of cinnabar, every architectural choice in the temple speaks to the country. This woman mattered, and perhaps the most extraordinary part of her story is what we still don't know. The Red Queen teaches us that history is not just a collection of facts, it's a living puzzle, a shared human desire to connect with the past. Her legacy continues to unfold. Wrapped in red, the color of life and sacrifice, blood and rebirth, her face, once hidden behind a jade mask, now stares back at us through science, art, and wonder. Nameless, but not voiceless. Mysterious, but never forgotten. She may have ruled a kingdom in life, but in death, she rules something greater, our imagination. Her tomb sealed in stone, her story written in silence, and yet somehow she still speaks. Frida Kahlo was born on July 6, 1907, in the vibrant neighborhood of Toyota, in a small village on the outskirts of Mexico City. Her childhood home, the Casa Azul, the Blue House, was filled with color, contradictions, and quiet strength. It would become a sanctuary, a battleground, and later a museum dedicated to one of the 20th century's most iconic artists. Frida was the third of four daughters born to Guillermo Kahlo, a German-Hungarian photographer, and Matilde Calderon, devout Catholic of indigenous and Spanish heritage. Her parents were opposites. Guillermo was reserved and intellectual, while Matilde was deeply religious and emotionally distant. Frida inherited her father's introspection and artistic sensibility, along with her mother's fierce resilience. As a child, Frida was imaginative, outspoken, and bold. She read voraciously and asked questions that many adults preferred to avoid. At the age of 6, she contracted polio, leaving her right leg thinner and weaker than the left. A physical difference she tried to hide beneath long skirts, but never allowed to stifle her spirit. The illness confined her to bed for months and isolated her from other children. During that time, she grew close to her father, who encouraged her to stay active, ride bicycles, and keep her mind sharp. Unlike most girls of her era, Frida did not dream of marriage or financial. She aspired to become a doctor and enrolled at the prestigious National Preparatory School in Mexico City at age 15, one of only a few girls of interest. There she stood out not only for her intelligence, but also for her rebellious wit, radical ideas, and unique style. She joined a group of young intellectuals known as the Cachuchas, who debated philosophy, literature, and politics. Frida was drawn to revolution and ideas that challenged tradition. Even in those early years, before the bus accident that would forever change her body, and before the fame that would define her legacy, Frida Kahlo was already painting her identity into the world, sharp-edged, unapologetic, and far too large to fit into anyone else's expectations. She wasn't simply growing up in Toyota, she was preparing to remake herself completely. On September 17, 1925, Frida Kahlo's life changed forever, dividing her existence into two distinct parts. The girl she once was and the woman she was forced to become. That afternoon after school, she climbed aboard a wooden bus with her boyfriend, Alejandro Gomes Arias. They were joking, teasing, and perhaps even arguing. Frida never did anything halfway. But in a sudden, tragic moment, the bus collided with a streetcar, instantly shattering her future into chaos, pain, and silence. The accident was brutal. The streetcar crushed the bus against a wall, splintering its wood and throwing passengers about. Frida was pierced by an iron handrail that entered her left hip and exited through her pelvis. She suffered fractures in 3 places along her spine. Her right leg was shattered, her foot dislocated, and her collarbone, ribs, and shoulder were broken or dislocated. Her abdomen was also pierced. At just 18 years old, she was gravely injured. A man covered her with a borrowed coat, and someone else noticed that her body shimmered, not from blood, but from gold powder that had spilled from a pouch during the crash, dusting her broken form like sparkling ash. She was rushed to a Red Cross hospital, where she underwent many surgeries over several months. Immobilized in a full body cast, confined to her back, writhing with infection and uncertainty, the dream of becoming a doctor slipped further away with every day that passed. Yet in this stillness, something inside her awakened. Her father gave her paintbrushes. Her mother set up a special easel above her bed, and a mirror hung from the canopy so she could see herself. There, lying broken in plaster and pain, Frida began to paint. What started as a distraction soon grew to an obsession. Her first paintings were self-portraits, because she was all she had. But these were not acts of vanity, they were acts of survival. Though the crash had shattered her body, it opened a door into her inner world, a door that led to a surreal exploration of pain and identity that would come to define her art. The girl who once wanted to heal others now sought to heal herself, one brushstroke at a time. Confined in plaster and steel, struggling with her battered body, Frida found in painting a new language, intensely personal, brutally honest, and often difficult to face, which was exactly the point. She didn't paint delicate flowers or serene landscapes. Instead, she painted her own pain, physical, emotional, and existential. Her early works, mostly small paintings on tin or wood inspired by Mexican devotional art called retablos, turned inward. Her body was the canvas, and her feelings became a sacred altar. She portrayed herself split, pierced, and bleeding. In one piece, she was nailed like a modern martyr. In another, she floated in a barren sea, tethered to a broken column symbolizing her fractured spine. Her images showed her crying, broken, even decapitated, but never passive, always watching. Her pain was raw and unfiltered, painted with defiance, beauty, and sometimes humor. Each work proclaimed her body, her experience, and her identity in a world that often tried to define her. But Frida was not only telling her story, she was inventing a new visual language, blending Mexican folk art, surrealism, medical imagery, and symbolism. Her paintings became dreamlike dissections of her soul, framed in rich cultural and mythic colors. When she was finally able to walk again, though still in pain, she was no longer the girl who dreamed of medicine. She was an artist unlike any other, one who transformed her greatest tragedy into a powerful creative force. Frida Kahlo didn't just paint her pain. She made the world confront it, turning suffering into a sacred form of self-expression. In 1928, while still recovering and painting at age 21, she met Diego Rivera, the man who would profoundly impact her life. Rivera, 20 years her senior, was already Mexico's most famous painter, a towering figure known for his grand, politically charged murals depicting the Mexican people's stories. Frida admired his work, and when she boldly asked him, "Do I have talent?" he replied without hesitation, "Yes, and not just out of kindness." He recognized in her a rare, raw voice, full of rage, irony, pain, and beauty. Their relationship ignited, intense, creative, and pursuing. Frida once said she had two major accidents in life. One when the streetcar hit her, and the other was meeting Diego. They married in 1929, an unlikely pair. Diego was a large, famous, unfaithful man. Frida was sharp-tongued, fiercely independent, and already reliant on his king. Her parents likened their union to the pairing of an elephant and a dove. Their marriage was passionate but turbulent. Diego supported her artistic growth, but was notoriously unfaithful, even with Frida's own sister. Heartbroken, Frida had lovers herself, both men and women, including rumored affairs with Leon Trotsky and Georgia O'Keeffe. They divorced in 1939, but were married a year later on new terms. Frida kept her independence, home, money, and name. This second marriage was less about romance and more about creative partnership and mutual respect. Despite the betrayals, Diego remained a powerful presence in her life, both challenging and wounding her, but also believing in her as an artist and revolutionary woman who redefined painting. Together, they were far from peaceful, but undeniably legendary. During the 1930s, Frida traveled with Diego across the US as he worked on murals in San Francisco, Detroit, and New York. These experiences exposed her to American industrialism, wealth, and capitalism's contradictions, deepening her political discomfort. A proud Mexican nationalist and committed communist, Frida's admiration for indigenous culture only grew stronger as she witnessed the stark inequalities of the Great Depression era of the United States. In letters to her family, Frida often mocked the materialism and obsession with appearances she saw in American culture. She longed for the grit, color, and contradictions of Mexico. While Diego Rivera was busy painting massive murals on factory walls, Frida focused on smaller, quieter revolutions with deeply personal works on clean canvas. Her style became distinct, sharp, surreal, emotional, and intimate. It was during this period that she created some of her most famous self-portraits. Frida didn't paint herself out of vanity, she painted to survive. Her identity became the setting of her work. With her body constantly suffering from pain caused by the accident, numerous surgeries, and a miscarriage in Detroit, she turned inward. Her portraits depicted herself as bleeding, fragmented, and exposed, but her expression was always calm, direct, and unapologetic. One of her most powerful paintings, Henry Ford Hospital, shows her lying on a hospital bed, tears streaming, surrounded by symbolic objects like a fetus, a snail, medical tools, and a cracked pelvis. The work was raw, graphic, and deeply emotional, a canvas that bled true. Back in Mexico, Frida engaged deeply in leftist politics. She and Diego welcomed Leon Trotsky into their home while he lived in exile. Frida wore traditional indigenous dresses, not merely as fashion, but as political and cultural statements. Her art was inseparable from her beliefs. Her identity, body, and ideology were intertwined. While Rivera painted murals about revolution, Frida depicted its human cost: bodies broken, minds on fire, and the self constantly confronting itself. In exile and amid illness, she became more than a painter of pain. She became a painter of resistance. Returning to Mexico in the late 1930s, Frida was no longer just Diego Rivera's wife. She had transformed into a powerful artist, her work filled with raw honesty, surreal symbolism, and a strong cultural identity. Her home, Casa Azul in Coyoacán, became a sanctuary bursting with color and contradictions. Bright cobalt walls, yellow trim, Aztec statues in the garden, and animals roaming freely. The house was an extension of her imagination, mixing tradition with rebellion, elegance with earthiness. She surrounded herself with pre-Columbian artifacts, folk art, and revolutionary literature. Dressed in bold Tehuana dresses, flowers in her hair, she painted amid the scent of purple incense and mariachi music drifting from the streets. This was a period of creative flourishing. Her paintings grew more intricate, symbolic, and political. The two Fridas captured her divided self, one in European dress with a bleeding heart, the other in indigenous attire, strong and composed. This visual autobiography spoke of love, loss, and heritage. In 1939, Frida exhibited in Paris, where renowned artists like Picasso, Breton, and Kandinsky admired her unique style. But even among surrealists, Frida was different. When André Breton tried to claim her as one of their own, she resisted, saying, "They thought I was a surrealist, but I wasn't. I never painted dreams. I painted my own reality." Her art portrayed Mexico not as a romantic postcard, but as a vibrant, living country she loved. Her work was rich with symbols, skeletons, hummingbirds, hearts, thorns, corn, and blood, honoring indigenous roots while revealing the violence of Mexico's past and present. Despite her artistic strength, Frida's health steadily declined. Chronic pain, infections, and numerous surgeries became daily struggles. Yet she continued to paint, often propped up in bed, her torso bound by corsets, her hands clenched tightly around brushes. Returning to Mexico wasn't about resting. It was about reclaiming power through art, politics, and an unyielding embrace of herself. Throughout the 1940s, Frida's body deteriorated further. Her spine worsened, her right leg was frequently infected, and she underwent over 30 surgeries, often in painful succession. At times she was bedridden for months, immobilized by casts or traction devices pulling her bones apart. Still, she painted. Each work became an act of release and defiance. Her paintings grew darker and more unyielding. In the broken column, she depicted herself split down the middle, pierced with nails, with a cracked ionic column replacing her spine. Yet her face remained stoic, her gaze unwavering. Pain was no longer just a subject. It was her constant companion, antagonist, muse. Her political voice also grew louder. She joined the Mexican Communist Party, marched in protests, wrote passionate letters, and condemned imperialism and injustice. When she could no longer walk, she showed up in a wheelchair, defiantly holding signs and shouting slogans. In 1953, Frida had her first solo exhibition in Mexico, long overdue recognition of her work. Though her health was fragile and doctors said she couldn't attend, she did what only Frida could. Arriving by ambulance, she was carried on a stretcher and placed in the gallery center on her hospital bed. Dressed in traditional attire and surrounded by her paintings, she welcomed guests with tequila, laughter, and the fierce fire still glowing in her eyes. Her final paintings were both innocent and haunting. In Martyrdom will give health to the sick. She painted herself wearing a steel corset, held by the hands of monks, casting off symbols of oppression. Her last known painting was a still life of sliced watermelons, with the words "Viva la vida," long live life. Even facing death, she remained defiant, joyful, and political. Frida Kahlo's last portraits were not merely self-portraits. They were acts of revolution, born of pain, yet always celebrating life. On July 13, 1954, at age 47, Frida died in the very home where she was born, Casa Azul in Croatia. The official cause was a pulmonary embolism, but those closest whispered of a deeper truth. She was not only ill, but also exhausted from decades of pain, surgery, and battling her own body. Just days earlier, weak and wheelchair-bound, she had insisted on attending a protest against the CIA attitude in Guatemala, her fist raised high. Revolution was her final heartbeat. Our last diary entry was brief but poignant. I hope the exit is joyful, and I hope never to return. Frida's funeral was held at the Palacio de Bellas Arts, Mexico's most prestigious cultural institution. Frida's body, draped in the red flag of the Mexican Communist Party, was surrounded by friends, family, artists, and fellow revolutionaries. Diego Rivera was inconsolable, calling her the greatest love of his life, even though his betrayals had nearly broken her. But after her death, something remarkable happened. Frida Kahlo refused to fade away. Initially, her name was only spoken quietly within art circles. Her work was hard to classify, too political for surrealists and too surreal for traditionalists. Gradually, her image, story, and fierce spirit began to resonate more widely. During the 1970s and 1980s, feminist scholars and activists revived forgotten voices, and Frida's grew louder. She became more than just a painter. She became a symbol of transforming pain into beauty, of feminism born through resistance, of Mexican identity embraced proudly, of queerness, disability, revolution, and authenticity. Her face, with its distinctive unibrow, penetrating gaze, and flowers in her hair, became iconic. Her home was turned into a museum, her diary treated like a sacred text, and her paintings now hung in the world's most prestigious museums. Though Frida had spent much of her life overshadowed by Diego Rivera, in death she stepped fully into the spotlight. She left behind more than paintings. She left a mirror, daring us all to look not with pity or fear, but with fierce passion. Today, Frida Kahlo's image is everywhere, printed on t-shirts, painted on murals, made into dolls, memes, posters, and symbols. Her signature unibrow, flower crowns, and direct stare are instantly recognizable. But what makes her legacy powerful is not just that people know her face, it's that they understand the truth behind it. Frida never aimed for perfection. She defied labels. She was unconventional and unapologetic about it. In a world demanding flawlessness, she gave us realness. Raw, messy, vibrant, angry, joyful, and full of contradictions. She celebrated what made her different. Her disability, her queerness, her politics, her culture, and turned those into art that crossed borders and generations. She has become more than an artist. She is a global icon of defiance, feminism, cultural pride, and creative resistance. For queer communities, she is a fearless bisexual figure who lived openly at a time that demanded silence. For women, she is a reminder that power doesn't need permission. For disabled artists, she proves that pain can fuel creativity instead of suffering. And for Mexico, she is a reclaimed daughter, fierce, folkloric, and forever part of the nation's soul. Her paintings, once dismissed as too strange or too personal, are now among the most celebrated in the world. Works like the two Fridas, self-portrait with thorn necklace and hummingbird, and the broken column aren't just seen, they are deeply felt by anyone who has ever suffered and turned that suffering into something sacred. Frida lived on the margins and brought them center stage. She embraced contradictions. A communist who wore gold, a woman betrayed who loved again, a body broken, but a soul unbreakable. And through it all, she painted not just with colors, but with fierce conviction. Frida Kahlo never asked to be simple. She simply told the truth about herself, and in doing so, spoke to millions who had never seen themselves reflected in art before. Now, when we see her face, we see courage, color, resistance. We see Frida, not gone but immortal. Now, dim the lights once more, let your breath soften, and feel yourself sinking deeper into comfort. The night stories have been told, the embers have cooled, and the ancient rhythms pulse softly beneath your skin. Remember, sleep is not just rest. It's a bridge to dreams, a quiet healing, a gentle gift from the earth itself. Good night, and may your dreams carry you softly into the dawn. So far, you've survived squalor, starvation, social chaos, and possibly a goat-related incident. But just when you think things can't get any worse, bam. Violence makes its dramatic entrance. Loud, bloody, and by medieval standards, perfectly reasonable. Spoiler alert. The Middle Ages were not a peaceful era. Law and order meant hoping your local lord didn't wake up in a foul mood. Violence wasn't an exception, it was a lifestyle. It was everywhere, at home in the streets, on the battlefield, during church arguments, and even while queuing for bread. Crime was common, punishment was savage, and justice. More of a grotesque theatre production than actual protection. Steal a loaf of bread, say goodbye to your hand. Accused of lying, get ready for a pierced tongue. Caught gossiping too much, enter the skull's bridle, a charming metal mask with a mouth guard, designed to correct your sight. And heaven help you if you're accused of something serious, like heresy, theft, or witchcraft. Because naturally, proving your innocence involves pain. Welcome to trial by ordeal. In one version, you stick your hand into boiling water to pull out a stone. Your hand miraculously doesn't fester within 3 days, congrats. You're innocent. Another method, they toss you into a river. If you sink, you're innocent, but also very dead. If you float, guilty, and probably headed for execution. Basically, it's like a medieval game show, but with no prizes, and the host is out to kill you. Execution, by the way, is a full-blown community event. Public hangings, beheadings, and burnings were crowd pleasers. People showed up with snacks. Think of it as grim, medieval Netflix. Domestic abuse, perfectly normal. Husbands were not only allowed but expected to discipline wives and children. Street brawls were part of the daily routine. You could get beaten up just for glancing sideways at a noble's horse. And war? A constant backdrop. Whether it was local grudges, land squabbles, or holy crusades, someone was always marching off to stab someone else. for glory, faith, or just boredom. But here's the thing, violence wasn't a breakdown of medieval society. It was society. Everyone knew life was cheap, justice was a coin toss, and your neighbor might bash your skull over pig ownership. So keep your head down, watch your back, and never trust anyone holding a club. At this point, if you've endured lice, leeches, filthy clothes, and a public disembowelment scare, there's one last chapter left in your medieval saga: death. Unglamorous, often premature, and pretty much inevitable. If you were still upright and breathing past 40, you were a local legend, maybe even called the Old One. Not a compliment, more a statistical anomaly. Let's do the math. Average life expectancy hovered around 30 to 40 years. That figure's dragged down by a brutal reality. Nearly half of all children didn't live past age 5. Disease, hunger, or a bad winter could wipe out a whole generation. No vaccines, no antibiotics, just prayers and terrible luck. Survive that gauntlet and you'd hit adulthood already bent and weary. By 25, your joints ached like creaky monastery doors, and your teeth, fingers, and general will to live might have already started dropping off. Women had it especially rough. Childbirth was one of the deadliest risks they faced. No epidurals, no trained doctors, just hot water, straw, a prayer, and someone whispering comfort while you bled out. For men, death came via farming accidents, infected wounds, neighborly beatings, or the occasional ill-fated crusade. Even a casual walk to the market could end badly if you ran into a mother or a bored tax collector. And let's not forget the big-name killers, the plague, turning whole cities into graveyards overnight. Or famine, which slowly drained the life out of entire villages. Or just dumb luck, like accidentally eating moldy grain and spending your last hours hallucinating a scream at the ceiling. Funerals, only if you were lucky. Most bodies were buried fast and cheap to prevent the spread of disease. No embalming, no fancy caskets, just a dirt hole, a muttered prayer, and a pile of earth, if you were lucky enough to find room in the churchyard. So yes, medieval life was nasty short and stalked by death in every form imaginable. Retirement wasn't a thing. You just stopped showing up. And speaking of quitting, let's close the book on the medieval dream. How's your day been? You woke up and grind, relieved yourself in a bucket, pretended to brush your teeth, almost passed out from hunger, worked your spine into submission, endured a war, begged not to get the plague, and narrowly avoided execution for squirrel ownership. Welcome to a typical day in medieval Europe. Still dreaming of becoming a knight? You might want to rethink that. The romantic version of the Middle Ages, knights in shining armor, fair maidens in towers, glorious battles, and candlelit feasts, is a fantasy. In reality, the medieval world was rotten, unjust, and filthy. Social hierarchy ruled everything. If you were born poor, you stayed poor. If you were born rich, congrats. You had a slightly better chance of surviving the week, but one dodgy soup could still take you out of this century. Even the nobles weren't immune to the misery. Their castles were cold, drafty stone boxes full of keys, smoke, and politically convenient marriages. A brutal life, lightly laughed through, sure. Maybe you had a fur cloak slung around your shoulders and a goblet of warm spiced wine in hand. But don't let that fool you into thinking it was a life of luxury. There was still a 50% chance of dying from backhanded stoning, or because you stepped on a splinter that got infected and took your leg. Simpler times, not so much. The medieval world didn't do easy. It did relentless. Everything took longer. Everything hurt more. Even the simple act of chewing could go sideways if you were missing half your teeth or accidentally bit into a rock-hard crust. From childbirth to cold weather, everything came with strings, and they were usually soaked in suffering. Daily life wasn't built for comfort. It was survival, plain and punishing. And if you ever found a rare sliver of quiet time to think, to dream, to imagine something better, well, tough luck. Because what could you really do with those dreams? There was no upward mobility, no safety net, no scrolling WebMD to ask, what's this weird rush, and should I be worried? You were born to live, toil, and died within a 10-mile radius of your village, and most of that time you were just trying not to starve or get stabbed with a firewood. And yet, there's the part that truly defies logic. People still laugh. They sang bawdy songs, told scandalous stories, danced at festivals, fell in love, gossiped by the well, and made meaning out of the mess. Not because life was good, it emphatically was not, but because humans are, if nothing else, maddeningly stubborn in their pursuit of joy. Even in the grimmest chapters of history, people carved out space for music and love. They lit candles in the dark. So tonight, when you climb into a clean, cozy bed, surrounded by central heating, flushable toilets, antibiotics, and relatively low odds of rat-borne plagues, maybe take a moment to whisper a quiet thank you to science, to progress, and to your ancestors, those grimy, unwashed, gloriously gritty survivors who battled famine, filth, and feudalism so you would be happy. From Sophie to sovereign, the rise of Catherine the Great. Before she became one of history's most formidable empresses, Catherine the Great was just Sophie. Born in 1729 with the full name Sophie Friedrich August von Anhalt-Zerbst. Try fitting that on a business card. She was the daughter of a minor German prince and a fiercely ambitious mother. Her little duchy in Pomerania offered more truth and power, and politically it didn't register much beyond a polite shrug. But Sophie had something no title could bestow. A razor-sharp intellect, magnetic charm, and a slow-burning hunger for something more. Greatness, maybe. Certainly something larger than the world she'd been handed. Her childhood wasn't exactly a warm and cozy affair. Her mother, Johanna, was cool, calculating, and completely absorbed in social planning. Sophie's father, a military man, was more a ghost than a guide. So from a young age, Sophie learned the fine art of survival, how to obey just enough, how to read a room before speaking, how to be underestimated. She read everything she could get her hands on, became fluent in multiple languages, and quickly mastered the subtle politics of existing quietly but strategically. When Empress Elizabeth of Russia began searching Europe for a suitable bride for her heir, Grand Duke Peter, she wanted someone foreign, and therefore easier to control, noble but not threatening, and preferably pliable. Sophie ticked all the boxes. She had aristocratic blood, a well-trained demeanor, and a lover in faith, which she would soon be required to ditch. At the tender age of 14, Sophie was summoned to Russia, arriving in icy St. Petersburg in 1744 wearing a diplomatic smile and clothes far too light for the brutal Russian cold. Her mother treated the marriage as a power play. Sophie, however, saw something bigger, an empire to conquer, not with swords but with strategy. She converted to Russian Orthodoxy, changing her name to Catherine, Ekaterina Alexeyevna. It wasn't just a symbolic act. It was the burning of bridges, the severing of past identities, the first step into a life she would carve out with sheer will. No one watching that pale, fur-draped teenager would have guessed she'd become a revolutionary ruler. But Catherine wasn't in Russia to be a pawn. She was there to become queen. A crown that felt like chains. Catherine's marriage to Grand Duke Peter wasn't a romantic leap into royalty she might imagine. It was more like being locked in a very cold, very uncomfortable political cage. Peter, the heir to the Russian throne, was not exactly Prince Charming. He was awkward, emotionally stunted, and borderline obsessed with toy soldiers. He preferred staging imaginary battles over showing any interest in his wife, or in governing an empire. Some sources even claim he didn't consummate the marriage for years, focusing instead on imitating Frederick the Great and sulking over how much he hated everything Russian. Catherine, by contrast, embraced her adopted country. She studied the language, steeped herself in its rituals, read Russian history like it was her survival guide. She was determined to belong. Peter was determined to escape. Their incompatibility wasn't just a personal inconvenience, it was political dynamite. The Russian court was a brutal, backstabbing arena. Empress Elizabeth still ruled, but her health was failing. Every month now the succession crisis. Catherine was monitored constantly. Her letters read, "Friendship scrutinized, every smile and frown recorded by someone whispering behind the curtain." She couldn't trust her husband and her mother, still acting as a foreign agent, or even her servants. In this environment, trust was suicidal. But Catherine adapted. Quietly, skillfully, she built friendships with military men, charmed scholars, and carefully cultivated an image of quiet competence. A striking contrast to Peter's erratic rites and foreign loyalties. In private, Catherine devoured Enlightenment philosophy, Voltaire, Montesquieu, the works. She wasn't just learning how to rule, she was crafting a blueprint for a very different kind of Russia. But she had a problem. As long as Peter was alive, she was stuck in limbo. A clever woman chained to a fool with a crown. So she waited, and watched, and planned. A bloodless coup, and a crown won by wit. In 1762, after nearly 20 years of living in Peter's shadow, Catherine struck. Empress Elizabeth had died, and Peter was now officially Tsar Peter I. His reign, however, was a masterclass in self-destruction. Within months, he managed to alienate the church, insult the nobility, infuriate the army, and cozy up to Prussia, Russia's longtime rival. He reversed popular reforms, mocked the Orthodox clergy, and talked openly about dumping Catherine to his mistress. The court, already wary of him, turned frigid. The army, angry and quietly loyal to Catherine. The public, outraged that this foreign-born ruler was seen to scorn everything Russian. Catherine knew it was now or never. In July of that same year, while Peter vacationed at his palace, she made a move. With the support of the military and her lover, the dashing Gregory Orlov, she rode through street Petersburg in full imperial regalia. The Imperial Guard declared her Empress Catherine V as a spot. Peter, blindsided and abandoned by his allies, surrendered without a fight. Days later, he was found dead under mysterious circumstances. The official cause? A bizarre-sounding hemorrhoidal case. The unofficial cause? Assassination. Catherine hadn't inherited the throne. She had taken it. By brilliance, audacity, and sheer force of will. She became empress not through birthright or marriage, but by daring. And yet, grabbing the crown was only the beginning. Now she had to prove she could wear it. The enlightened autocrat, Catherine could have rested on her throne, enjoyed her stolen power, and left things as they were. But she didn't. She had no interest in being a placeholder ruler. She wanted to transform Russia, culturally, intellectually, even spiritually. While Peter had idolized Frederick the Great and played dress-up with his battalions, Catherine admired Voltaire, Diderot, and the thinkers of the Enlightenment. She corresponded with Voltaire for over 15 years, flattered him endlessly, and bought Diderot's entire library to support him financially. Her belief in progress, education, and rational governance ran deep, even as she ruled with absolute authority. Behind palace doors, Catherine was a policy wonk. She studied legal theory, reviewed draft laws, and spent long hours debating ideas with advisors. In 1767, she convened the Legislative Commission, an ambitious attempt to overhaul the entire Russian legal code. Her personal instruction to the Commission, the Nakaz, was a bold political statement wrapped in idealistic philosophy. They called for equality before the law, denounced torture, and argued that a ruler's duty was to serve the people. She was, in short, a contradiction, an enlightened despot of bookish conqueror. A German-born woman reshaping Russia, not just through power, but through ideas. For an 18th century empress, Catherine's commitment to Enlightenment ideas was nothing short of revolutionary. But Russia wasn't exactly fertile ground for idealistic philosophies. This was a country sprawling across continents, immense, conservative, and entrenched in a rigid feudal system that kept millions of peasants or serfs bound to the land like livestock. The nobility thrived on that imbalance, and if Catherine wanted to keep their support, and her crown. She couldn't simply dismantle the system, no matter how many volumes of Voltaire she read. She knew this. She was no naive philosopher queen blindly chasing utopia. Catherine was a realist with a library. So yes, she preached reform and even enacted some of it. She abolished the worst forms of judicial torture. She encouraged sexual education, built new schools, and stocked libraries with enlightenment thought. She pushed literacy, funded intellectual salons, and tried to gently drag Russia out of the medieval mud. But there's always a but. She also strengthened the nobility's grip on their serfs. In exchange for loyalty, she handed them more control, more land, and more power over the very people the Enlightenment said should be free. Catherine was constantly balancing on a high wire stretched between Parisian ideals and Russian politics, between Rousseau and real politics. In public, she was the champion of reason. In private, she was the guardian of stability. Her goal wasn't to make Russia a European clone. She didn't want a French-style revolution storming the palaces. She wanted a uniquely Russian version of progress, modern, strong, and entirely under her control. Enlightenment, yes, but always with one hand on the sword. Catherine the Conqueror, redrawing the map. Catherine didn't just want to polish Russia's image from within. She wanted to expand it, to make her empire not only enlightened but enormous. While Peter the Great had once opened a window to the west, Catherine wanted to blow out the walls and add entire new wings. She envisioned a Russia that didn't just participate in European politics, but defined them. Her military campaigns were relentless, ambitious, and successful. The Ottoman Empire, long a thorn in the side of Russian rulers, became one of her main targets. The wars she waged in the 1760s and 1770s weren't only about gaining territory, though she did plenty of that. They were about influence, religious, political, and symbolic. Catherine cast herself as a liberator of Orthodox Christians under Muslim rule. Under legendary commanders like Alexander Suvorov and Grigory Potemkin, Russia seized Crimea, secured dominance over the northern Black Sea, and gained long-coveted access to warm water ports. These were strategic and symbolic wins. Russia was no longer the frozen, remote cousin of European royalty. It was a continental superpower. She didn't stop there. Turning westward, Catherine participated in one of the most infamous geopolitical carve-ups in history, the partition of Poland. Alongside Austria and Prussia, she took part in dividing the ailing Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth like a holiday tide. By the Third Partition in 1795, Poland was gone from the map, and Russia had absorbed huge swaths of land and millions of new subjects. But Catherine didn't just conquer with swords. She colonized with strategy. She oversaw the founding of new cities, the construction of roads and trade routes, and even invited German settlers to cultivate Russian farmland. From the icy Baltic to the sun-drenched Black Sea, her empire became a patchwork quilt of cultures, regions, and people, with Catherine's signature stitched into every seam. To some, this looked like imperial overreach. To Catherine, it was destiny. She believed a great ruler was measured not just by lofty ideals or noble speeches, but by borders. She didn't want to simply inherit a throne. She wanted to remake the world this throne overlooked. Passion and power. The empress behind closed doors. But of course, it wasn't just battle maps and policy drafts that defined Catherine's legacy. The empress's love life became almost as famous as her reign, and far more scandalous. Unlike her prudish contemporaries, Catherine made no secret of her lovers. She had many, often younger, always well-groomed, and occasionally politically savvy. These weren't just romantic flings. They were carefully chosen companions, some of whom wielded real influence. She rewarded them generously with land, titles, and pensions. And when their usefulness faded, she dismissed them with grace, sometimes even with a promotion tucked in the goodbye note. One of the most significant was Grigory Potemkin, a man who was far more than a diarist. He was bold, brilliant, and arguably her equal in ambition. Their relationship straddled the line between love affair and political alliance. Some historians speculate they may have married in secret. Regardless, Potemkin was no mere consort. He co-led military campaigns, helped colonize the south, and helped craft the very framework of the empire. He was, in many ways, Catherine's partner in building Russia's future. Still, Europe's gossip mills churned with salacious stories. Pamphlets painted her as insatiable, immoral, even unstable. After her death, enemies escalated the rumors to grotesque extremes, the most infamous being a completely fictional and disgusting tale involving a horse invented solely to stain her memory. Why the obsession? Because Catherine broke every rule. She wasn't saintly or submissive. She didn't hide her desires or apologize for her autonomy. In a world that demanded female rulers be either virgins or victims, she refused to be either. She loved, ruled, and lived without shame, and that made her dangerous. Ironically, the Empress accused of excess was often more philosophical about love than her male counterparts. Catherine believed that pleasure was a natural part of life, not a threat to leadership. She separated emotion from governance with surgical precision. Her lovers were loyal, useful, and when necessary, replaceable. In the end, her love life wasn't a flaw in her reign. It was part of her strategy, a blend of romance, power, and shrewd politics that made her unforgettable. Rebellion in the heartland, Pugachev's uprising. But even the most brilliant rulers have moments when the empire quakes. For Catherine, that quake came in 1773. And it had a beard, a sword, and a very strange story. Entered Yemelyan Pugachev, a former Cossack officer with a knack for persuasion and a dangerously compelling life. He claimed to be Peter Ireland, Catherine's long-dead husband, miraculously alive and ready to reclaim his throne. Absurd, absolutely. But to the millions of serfs, peasants, and marginalized groups crushed under the weight of feudalism, the truth didn't matter. Hope did. Pugachev promised land, freedom, lower taxes, and the end of serfdom. His rebellion swept across the Volga like wildfire. Towns fell. Nobles were killed. Fortresses were seized. For a terrifying moment, it looked like the empire itself might crack wide open. This wasn't an invasion. This was an explosion from within. Catherine was shaken. She couldn't simply sign a treaty or send a diplomat. This was her own people, rising up against the very system she upheld. But she didn't hesitate. She dispatched her armies, now seasoned from foreign wars, and crushed the rebellion without mercy. In 1774, Pugachev was captured, paraded through Moscow in an iron cage, and publicly executed, a warning writ large in blood and steel. The message was clear: challenge the crown, and the price was death. But the rebellion had consequences. Catherine's flirtation with liberating the serfs came to a quiet end. She tightened the leash. Reforms slowed. The nobility, rattled but still loyal, were rewarded with greater power. Surveillance increased. Talk of revolution was no longer amusing. It was dangerous. Catherine had learned the hard truth. Enlightenment ideals had their limits in a country built on inequality. Philosophy was great for Palestinians, but only if no one outside the palace tried to apply it. Final years, the woman who rewrote empire. As Catherine aged, she showed no sign of slowing. By the time she approached the prime of her life, she had ruled Russia for over 30 years, longer than any other female sovereign in the nation's history, and what a reign it had been. From the moment she grabbed the throne with ambition and steel, she rewrote the script not only for monarchs, but for women in power. She modernized Russia's institutions, expanded its borders, crushed internal threats, and navigated a world that rarely made room for rulers like her. She was adored, she was feared, she was misunderstood, and she was unforgettable. By the end of Catherine's reign, Russia was no longer a remote, lumbering empire on the fringes of Europe. It had become a force, militarily, politically, and culturally. Under her leadership, Russia's borders had ballooned by over 200,000 square miles, absorbing Crimea, vast territories along the Black Sea, and great swaths of Poland. But these weren't just trophies from war. They were deliberate, strategic expansion was designed to secure warm water ports, strengthen trade routes, and give Russia a seat at the table among Europe's great powers, not as a guest, but as a rival. Yet Catherine's legacy was never just written in ink on a map. It lived in brushstrokes, books, and ideas. She founded what would become one of the greatest art institutions in the world, the Heritage Museum, initially housed in her private quarters. She filled it with masterpieces from Western Europe, from Dutch landscapes to French portraits. Her passion for the arts was matched only by her intellectual appetite. She corresponded with Voltaire, Diderot, and other Enlightenment heavyweights, not as a passive admirer, but as an active participant. She debated, disagreed, challenged, and floated, both intellectually and at times politically. Under her influence, Russia's image transformed in the eyes of Western Europe. No longer seen as purely brutal or backward, it now radiated a curated sophistication. Her court became a beacon of elegance, learning, and culture, a monarch with one foot in Moscow and the other in Parisian philosopher's salons. She modernized education, not just for elites but also for girls, a radical gesture at the time. She promoted the printing of books, the circulation of ideas. She even brought smallpox inoculation to Russia, publicly receiving the vaccine herself, in an age when many feared it could be fatal or heretical. It was an act of public bravery and scientific conviction. But for all her progress, Catherine's reign was one of persistent contradictions. She admired Enlightenment ideals, quoted Rousseau, translated Montesquieu, but never freed the serfs. In fact, she expanded serfdom, especially in newly annexed lands, finding millions more to a system she privately saw as outdated and cruel. Her reforms were often cosmetic more than structural, sweeping from the top down and designed to impress European peers, more than uplift Russia's lowest classes. Still, she brought stability, ambition, and enduring reform to a nation prone to chaos. She understood, better than most rulers, that power wasn't inherited. It was constructed, constantly managed, and never truly safe. She ruled not by divine right, but by force of will, political genius, and a relentless ability to read both people and moments. People called her many things: usurper, tyrant, philosopher queen, seductress. But above all, she was effective. When she died in 1796, Russia was larger, wealthier, more formidable than it had been in centuries. She left behind a throne secured, court admired, and an empire whose momentum would echo through history. Catherine didn't just reign, she ruled, with intellect, strategy, and an unapologetic grip on destiny. And in doing so, she became more than an empress. She became a myth. More than a crown, the woman behind the empress. For all her power, territory, and public triumph, Catherine the Great remained, at her core, a woman navigating an empire not built for her, and certainly not meant to be ruled by her. She was never supposed to wear the crown. She was German by birth, a foreigner in a land suspicious of outsiders. She came to power through a coup, not coronation. She ruled a court that didn't trust women, especially ambitious ones. And yet, she didn't just survive, she thrived. Catherine wasn't ornamental. She was a worker, a reader, a writer, a planner. Her daily routine was more grueling than glamorous. Hours of reading dense state reports, drafting foreign correspondence, editing legislation, managing ministers and courtiers who would gladly see her fail. She governed with the endurance of a career politician, with the hunger of someone who had everything to prove. And still, she felt deeply alone. She filled her world with lovers, artists, scholars, but trust remained scarce. In her memoirs, she confided that few people ever truly understood or supported her. Her son Paul became one of her deepest anxieties. She distrusted his judgment, feared his temper, and excluded him from governance, worried he would undo everything she had built. That decision created a rift so deep that she considered bypassing him in the line of succession altogether. The man who came closest to being her equal, Grigory Potemkin, evolved from passionate lover to platonic partner. Their bond outlasted desire. became a collaboration of minds. When he died in 1791, Catherine was devastated. The woman who had withstood rebellions, coups, and the endless chess game of power finally cracked, if only privately. But Catherine understood legacy. She crafted it like a statesman and a playwright. She posed for portraits that showed her as a queen, as a mother, as a monarch. She presented herself as the embodiment of Russian destiny, even if behind the image was someone who had endured rejection, scandal, betrayal, and loss, and kept moving forward. When she died, history didn't just remember her. Crowned her. Not with the title she gave herself, but one earned by decades of dominance, the Great. Not because she was perfect, not because she was kind, but because she seized power in a world that told women to sit quietly and smile, and rewrote the rules in her own hand. She didn't inherit greatness, she engineered it. Everything about the burial whispered royalty, the jade, the craftsmanship, the reverent care with which the body had been laid to rest. And yet, no name, no glyphs, no inscriptions carved to announce her to eternity. It was one of the richest female burials ever discovered in this America, and yet it spoke only in riddles. No dates, no titles, just red dust, green stone, and enduring silence.
Chapter 1. Hey there, sleepyheads. Tonight we're stepping into the busy, grimy streets of a medieval city. Maybe London, maybe Florence, where you trudge past crowded market stalls, the air thick with the smell of unwashed bodies, livestock, and the ever-present hint of something far less pleasant, rotting garbage piled high in alleyways. Imagine this, you're walking through a bustling town. Maybe it's London, maybe it's Venice, maybe even some small village tucked in the countryside. Life's carrying on. You've got your bread in hand, the children are playing, and the streets are alive with chatter. But if you were really paying attention, you'd notice something strange, an unease in the air, a silence hanging over the crowd like a thick fog. It's not obvious at first, but then you start hearing the stories. People are getting sick. Fast. First, it's just a few whispers. Did you hear? Old Tom's daughter, she's got a fever. And those boils. Oh my. Then, by the time the fever hits a local merchant, that murmur becomes a scream. You don't know it yet, but this isn't just an illness. It's the illness. The Black Death. And trust me, you aren't going to survive this one. You probably think you're safe, that it's someone else's problem, or maybe even just another outbreak of bad air or bad luck. But this isn't just a bad cough. This plague moves fast, and when it hits hard. Before we dive deeper, take a second. Like this video if you're curious about the past, and don't forget to subscribe if you want more strange tales from history. But only if you actually enjoy what I do. And hey, where are you listening from tonight? What's the time you're part of the world? Drop it in the comments, I'd love to know. Now dim the lights a little, get comfy, maybe turn on a fan for that soft, relaxing hum in the background, and let's settle in. You might not want to hear this, but we're going to ease into the nightmare that was the Black Death. And trust me, you're going to want to know exactly why you wouldn't survive it. Let's start with how this silent killer first came creeping across the land. The Black Death didn't announce itself with drums or a banner. It didn't need to. It was a quiet, unseen threat, spreading slowly at first. It wasn't like some plague from a myth, suddenly bursting through the gates of a city in one loud, visible attack. No, this one snuck in through the cracks. It came quietly, maybe through a merchant returning from trade in the east, or a ship docking with its hold packed tight with rats. These rats weren't just ordinary rodents either. No, these ones had fleas that had been feeding on infected blood. Now let's get this clear, you wouldn't know this. You wouldn't have a clue about rats and fleas and how they're carrying the disease. In fact, most people at the time didn't even know what a germ was. You probably just think that the strange smell coming from the nearby river was causing the problem, or maybe it was just a bad season of crop growth. In other words, there was no way you'd understand what you were dealing with. It wasn't until the first people started showing signs, fevers, chills, and the kind of aches that make you wonder if your very bones are trying to break free from your skin, that anyone started to connect the dots. But even then, it was too late. Historians still argue whether the plague spread primarily through the air, the rats, or human-to-human contact. But it hardly mattered when your body was already crumbling. You get the fever first. Then, within a day or two, you'd notice your skin turning an angry shade of red, then purple. A rash. It wasn't a simple rash like the ones we get today. No, this rash would grow into something far worse, buboes. Imagine the size of an orange swelling up under your skin, just beneath your armpit or in your groin. They'd be painful, swollen, and full of pus. You'd feel them pressing against your body with every move. And no, they weren't just uncomfortable. They were a death sentence. And if you were lucky enough to survive the fever, you'd be lucky enough to see the next stage, your lungs. That's right, the plague could attack your respiratory system, and just like that, you'd be coughing up blood and struggling to breathe. You wouldn't stand a chance. By the time you started seeing those buboes, it was already too late for most people. You were dying in hours, maybe days, but the clock was ticking fast. Imagine trying to fight something that was literally invisible. It didn't care about how strong you were, how much money you had, or who you prayed to. It was nature's great equalizer. If you were unlucky enough to encounter it, there was little chance you'd walk away. It didn't take much either. Just a rat scurrying across the street, a flea hopping onto your clothes, or a quick, accidental touch of a contaminated surface. It would take a couple of weeks for the full extent of the plague's power to fully unfurl. By then, your town, your village, your city, it would be on its knees. People who had seemed healthy yesterday would be dead today. And as much as you try to stay away from the sick, the disease was already inside you, slowly creeping in, like the quietest of thieves. Now don't get too comfortable in your bed yet. I hate to break it to you, but you're already in danger. This plague doesn't need an invitation. Once it's out there, it moves with a purpose, and you won't be able to outrun it, even if you try. But for now, take a deep breath, settle in. You won't survive this, but let's see how things unfold as we move forward. Chapter 2. It's already too late. That merchant you bumped into earlier, the one with the unexplainable cough, he was probably already infected. Maybe that friendly neighbor you shared a loaf of bread with last week. Well, he's gone too. You didn't know it, but you were already walking a fine line between life and death. That's the thing about the Black Death. It didn't need to announce itself with horns or cries. It just slid under the radar, unnoticed, until you woke up one morning, gripped by chills, your skin aching in a way that made you question your very existence. And by then, it was already too late. You probably haven't noticed yet, but you're already feeling the signs. The first thing you'll experience is the fever. It's not your regular flu fever, no, this is something else. A deep burning heat that starts at your core, almost like it's coming from the inside out. You might feel cold, then hot, then cold again, the chills rattling your bones. And let me tell you something, you're not just going to sweat it out. No amount of water, tea, or bed rest is going to pull you through this one. Your fever isn't just a reaction to infection. It's the first wave of a systemic breakdown, a battle your body is losing before it even realizes it's in one. And if you're lucky, that's all you'll feel, the fever, maybe a few aches, before your organs start shutting down. Historians still argue whether the plague's most terrifying quality was the speed at which it spread or the severity of its symptoms. Some say it was the rapid decline, the way you could go from feeling perfectly fine to dead in a matter of days, that terrified people. Others argue that it was the way the disease kept evolving, always finding new ways to catch you off guard. But you'd just be trying to breathe through the fever, hoping the cold sweat soaking your body wasn't a sign of what was to come. At this point, though, you might not have even realized that your exposure to the plague didn't need to come from direct contact with an infected person. You don't have to be anywhere near the sick to be infected. There's always that one person in every neighborhood, the one who believes the bad air theory, or maybe they're just too tired or in denial to notice they've been breathing in the plague. You'd never think to question the sickly man coughing in the corner of the tavern, the one who's hiding behind his hand and whispering to himself. But that's how it works. One cough, one sneeze, one accidental touch, and it's done. Your proximity doesn't matter. Once you've been exposed, you've been exposed. In fact, by now, you might be starting to feel some pain creeping in. Not just the typical headache or aching muscles from the fever. It's the pain in your legs and joints, the kind that makes you want to scream in agony. You've got that bloated feeling in your stomach, but there's no comfort to be found. And then, the buboes. If you're unlucky, those telltale lumps will start to form under your skin, deep in your groin, in your armpits, or even on your neck. And trust me, these aren't any normal growths. These aren't pimples or swollen glands. They're swollen, inflamed pustules, full of the thickest, most revolting pus. You'll feel them long before you see them. And when they pop, well, there's no happy ending here. So at this point, you know what's coming. If you're still alive, the pain's unbearable, but it's only the beginning. The real agony is the slow suffocation, the struggle to breathe as your lungs fill with fluid. You might cough, but it won't help. Your breath will become shallow, strained, and with every second that passes, the clock ticks louder. You're suffocating, dying by degrees, and all the herbal remedies, potions, and superstitions in the world aren't going to save you. The sad thing is, most people won't even have the luxury of knowing what hit them. You'd be too weak to even ask for help, too feverish to care. The world would simply be too much. But it wasn't just the infected bodies or the sickness that would make life unbearable. No, it was the unknown. That constant state of not knowing how or when it was going to hit you. You'd look around at your family and friends, and it wouldn't even matter that you loved them. Everyone was a potential carrier. Every handshake, every kiss, every shared meal could be your last. You wouldn't even have the luxury of self-pity. You'd just be trying to survive, trying to keep moving through a nightmare that wouldn't end. But even worse was the looming inevitability that the people you loved most would likely not make it. By now, the outbreak would be everywhere. People are dying around you in droves. It's impossible to escape. You might try to leave your village, maybe even flee to the city. But guess what? The plague is already there too. There's nowhere to run. You can't hide from something this all-encompassing. There are too many people trying to escape, too many infected trying to flee, and soon you'll be one of them. It's hard to say whether the panic or the disease itself was more terrifying. The fear becomes a living thing in the air, thicker than smoke. wrapping itself around your every thought. But here's the thing, there's no running. Even if you think you've gotten away, it's already too late. And in the midst of all this chaos, something even darker begins to set in. The collapse of your world. No more trade, no more markets, no more social order. Families are splitting apart, the elderly are abandoned, the children are left to fend for themselves. There's no one to help, no one to save you. Your town becomes a ghost town. Your home just another shell of what once was. And still you hang on, gripped by whatever life is left in you. But the world around you, it's already crumbling. And guess what? It's only going to get worse. Chapter 3. By now the realization sets in, you're not going to be able to avoid it. The Black Death is everywhere, creeping into every corner of your town, your life, your very existence. You've heard the stories, seen the bodies piling up in the streets, but there's no way to mentally prepare yourself for what's about to come. You might have tried to reassure yourself that it was just a fever or a bad cold, but as the days stretch on and more people around you begin to fall ill, that hope crumbles like dust in the wind. And it's not just the immediate danger. It's the way you have no idea how, when, or why this thing is spreading. You're left with nothing but the panic rising inside you. Historians still argue about what really caused the plague to spread so quickly. Was it the fleas that hopped from rat to rat, biting humans along the way? Was it the poor sanitation and waste management, allowing disease to spread unchecked in the streets? Or could it have been the airborne nature of the bacteria, making it so that even being near the sick would seal your fate? Whatever the cause, there was one thing that was undeniable. Once you were exposed, your time was running out. You might think you can escape it, that you'll be the lucky one who survives. But that's the cruel reality of the plague. It doesn't care about luck. It doesn't care about who you are, what you've done, or how strong your immune system is. It just waits for that one slip. That one moment when you get too close to the wrong person, when you touch a doorframe, or when you're caught in a crowded market. You think the disease would show itself slowly, give you some warning signs, but nope. Instead, it strikes like a sudden storm, swift and unrelenting. Now you're feeling those chills again. The fever that seems to overtake every inch of your body is here. It starts in your bones, deep and cold, almost as though it's an internal tremor. And when that happens, you know what's coming. It's the beginning of the end. You might even wonder if you're just imagining it. If you've been hearing too many stories, or if you're simply afraid. But then, you feel the first sign of the buboes. These aren't pimples, my friend. These are the grotesque, swollen lumps that tell you everything you need to know. These are the sign that death is not far behind. If the fever doesn't kill you, these will. And there's no escaping them. They will form in places you'd never expect, under your arms, in your groin, sometimes even on your neck. No amount of prayer or protection is going to stop these monsters from growing. They will be painful, agony so intense, it'll make you wish for an end. And worse yet, when they rupture, the smell is something you'd never be able to forget. It's the scent of death, of decay, of a body turning on itself, rotting away from the inside out. The worst part? You'd still be conscious for a while, perhaps long enough to understand what's happening to you. The horror isn't just in the sickness, it's the uncertainty of knowing that you might not make it through the night. And even if you do, there's a 50-50 chance you'll be dead by morning. This disease is a time bomb, ticking down with every breath you take. With every pulse that races in your neck, you feel your body fighting to hold on, but it's not enough. It won't be enough. Meanwhile, the world outside is spiraling into chaos. You might not even realize how bad things are getting after all. When your body is racked with pain, it's hard to think clearly about the bigger picture. But people are dying all around you, and it's not just the old and the sick. No, this disease doesn't discriminate. It takes everyone. You might have noticed that the streets, once full of life, are now eerily silent. The chatter of children has stopped. The sounds of daily life are absent. And worse, the doctors aren't helping. The so-called physicians have no idea how to treat you. No one has a clue what's causing this carnage. You'll probably be told to rest, drink some wine, or take a bath. But none of these things will help. You're just waiting for your body to give up on you, one system at a time. But the real kicker is this: people around you might try to run. There's a sudden, almost panicked frenzy to flee, to leave everything behind and try to find a place of safety. But by now, the disease is already inescapable. People are flooding out of towns, but the plague is everywhere. You can't outrun it. No matter where you go, no matter how far you try to flee, the Black Death is already on its heels, following you like a shadow. And in this madness, something even more terrifying happens. the collapse of society itself. Your neighbors? They're trying to survive just like you, but that means they're starting to turn on each other. You'll hear rumors about people being abandoned by their families, or worse, about families turning against each other in a bid to survive. What would you do if it meant the difference between your life and death? Would you leave your sick child behind, or would you let your mother suffer in silence so you could live? The truth is, in these times of panic and disease, humanity's darker side begins to emerge. The basic social order, the very fabric of your world, begins to unravel. You might feel that familiar unease creeping in, the knowledge that everything you've ever known is beginning to slip through your fingers. Your home, your family, your town, it all starts to feel like a dream. There's nothing left but the disease, and you're running out of time. But the real problem is this: you're still here. You've survived longer than most, but your fate is still uncertain. There's still a long road ahead, and each day it gets harder to hold on. So what do you do now? Do you accept the inevitable, or do you keep fighting? There's no clear answer. There never was. Chapter 4. If you're still with us, congratulations. Most people by now would be long gone, having succumbed to the fever, the swelling, or worse, the suffocation as their lungs filled with fluid. But you're still here, still breathing, still fighting, though it might not feel like it. You're on borrowed time, and you know it. Even if you're not yet showing the telltale signs of the plague, fevers, buboes, dizziness, you're still at risk. And that risk, more than anything, is the constant, gnawing fear of what might happen next. It's not just about physical survival anymore. No, once the disease has spread like wildfire through your town, it's about holding on mentally too. Fear is everywhere. The disease is unpredictable, moving at random through the population, and you become as much a prisoner of it as you are of your own home. You can't leave. You can't escape. The very air you breathe feels heavier, laden with the weight of inevitability. And it's not just you, it's everyone. Entire towns are locked down, and even the idea of leaving becomes a distant, hopeless thought. You might as well be shackled to the ground, waiting for the inevitable. And as you hear the toll of bells ringing, marking yet another death, you're beginning to understand the extent of the suffering. The Black Death doesn't just kill, breaks spirits, destroys communities, erases entire families, and leaves nothing but a hushed, trembling silence in its wake. You thought you could handle it. You thought you could survive. But now, even with the tiniest sign of a fever, you might wonder if you're too far gone to save. You've heard the rumors. The priests have started preaching that the plague is God's wrath, a divine punishment for the sins of humanity. But even in your feverish state, you know something's wrong with that narrative. Surely it's not just about divine retribution. Sure, it feels like a curse, like some divine hand sweeping down to claim lives in one fell swoop, but it's not. You know that. The truth is much darker, and much more terrifying. This plague is not divine intervention, it's the unstoppable force of nature. The unfeeling, mechanical march of disease that sweeps away anyone who happens to be in its path. That's the thing. You can pray, you can fast, you can give alms to the poor and beg for mercy. But it doesn't matter. There's no divine reason for the plague. It's not about punishment. It's just biology, a cruel, unyielding force that doesn't care who you are, what you believe, or how good you've been. If you're exposed, if you're unlucky enough to come into contact with an infected person, a flea, a rat, or a contaminated surface, that's it. You might not show symptoms immediately, but you're already a walking corpse. And once those symptoms appear, you'll be gone in a matter of days, if not hours. Now think about this. You're not the only one dying. People all around you are succumbing. The old man next door, he's gone. That young family who just moved in, all dead. The only thing you have left to hold on to is the slim chance that you can survive just a little longer than everyone else. And it's a thin hope. A threadbare possibility that doesn't seem likely to hold. But even as you witness the world around you crumbling, something else begins to happen. You start to understand that survival itself now doesn't look the same as it once did. This isn't just a disease, it's a war against time, a brutal battle with your own body, and a psychological battle against the inevitability of death. It's one thing to watch others succumb, it's another to look in the face of your own mortality. The question isn't whether you'll survive, it's what will be left when the disease is finally over. You know, deep down, that most of your world has already been erased. Families will be shattered, communities will be wiped out, and society will never be the same again. And if you do survive, you're left with a landscape of ruins. What kind of world are you returning to? If you survive this, you'll be standing in a town filled with ghosts. It's not just the physical toll, the empty homes, the vacant streets, that will haunt you. It's the knowledge that you're one of the few to make it out alive, and the guilt of being left behind while so many others perished. By now, your food supply has dwindled, markets have become almost non-existent, and the few that remain are full of desperation and fear. You might not realize it, but some of the survivors around you are beginning to turn on each other. Desperation has a way of bringing out the worst in people. The idea of stealing food, hoarding resources, or even turning your back on a sick neighbor becomes something people consider. It's not something you'd normally think of, but in times of crisis, the world turns upside down. The neighbors you once trusted might now be hoarding food, locking their doors, and refusing to help. And you can't blame them. If you had the choice between your survival and someone else's, which would you choose? It's a grim but real question that every survivor is forced to face. In a world that's slowly dying, there's no room for kindness, only the cold, hard reality of survival. As the plague continues its relentless march through your village, and the bodies continue to pile up, you might start to notice a shift in people's behavior. There's a new kind of silence. It's not just the absence of conversation, it's the absence of hope. People have stopped fighting. They've stopped trying. They're just waiting for the plague to either claim them or pass them by, waiting for the end. And you? Well, you're caught somewhere in between. It's a horrible realization, but it's true. Even if you survive the Black Death, the psychological toll is enormous. You'll be left with scars deeper than any bubo, deeper than any fever. It won't matter that you lived. It will matter how you live after. Chapter 5. You've heard the rumors by now. The monks, the priests, the local healers. They've all been talking about it. The church is in chaos. Some have called it punishment from God, others a test of faith. You've seen the crosses drawn on doors in the streets. The markings meant to indicate the plague has taken root inside that house, and yet it seems like the more people pray, the more the bodies pile up. The priests, too, seem lost, running around in their religious garb, trying to perform rituals to fend off the evil spirits. But even they know deep down that it's not working. The Black Death is no respecter of belief, of piety, of wealth, or status. You could be a king or a peasant. It wouldn't matter. The plague strikes indiscriminately. The authorities, meanwhile, seem to be doing what they can, or at least they pretend to be doing what they can. You've heard of the quarantine efforts, the attempts to isolate the sick and prevent the disease from spreading. You might even see some town officials trying to burn homes of those who are infected, hoping to contain the outbreak. But that's just another layer of chaos on top of everything else. There's no real protection, no real way to stop it. The people who try to impose control are just as likely to fall victim to the disease themselves. Every new law they make, every new plan they try, only adds to the madness. It's a futile gesture in the face of something that doesn't care about man-made boundaries. Historians still argue whether or not quarantine efforts ever worked at all. While there were some attempts to shut cities down or even cordon off infected areas, the virus itself moved so fast, and people were so desperate to survive, that it's unclear whether these measures had any lasting effect. You might have been lucky to be born in a more isolated village, but it didn't matter. Plague didn't need an invitation. It found you anyway. And what happens when the very fabric of society unravels? You've seen it in the faces of the people around you. People who once had jobs, social ties, families. They are now barely recognizable. The butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker, once a familiar part of your world, are now almost unrecognizable, their faces thin and hollow. The bustling town square you used to pass through every day now feels abandoned, and those you once relied on for trade, for food, or for basic human contact, they're gone. They're dead. And now you're left with strangers, many of whom are just as scared as you, if not more so. The sense of community that once held everything together is gone. There's no one left to help you, no one left to give you direction. Even the people who try to act brave, who pretend like they've got it all together, can't hide the fear in their eyes, because everyone knows that when it's your time, and there's no escaping it. What's worse, though, is the guilt. As your community crumbles, you begin to notice how people start leaving. They run from the sick, they abandon their families. People you thought you could count on, now doing whatever they can to avoid the disease. You might have tried to stay, to be the one who keeps some kind of normalcy in this madness, but you can feel it. No one's sticking around. Survival is every person for themselves. If they have to leave their neighbors behind, they will. If they have to lock their doors and turn their back on the sick, they will. It's a grim reality, and you can't escape it. There's nowhere safe anymore. But that's not even the worst part. Oh no, the worst part is the waiting. There's no swift finality with the plague. There's no one and done. It's slow, torturously slow. And as you lie awake at night, hearing the distant wailing of people mourning their lost ones, you begin to wonder whether it's even worth the fight. Is survival truly a victory, if you're the last one left standing in an empty world? It's not like before, when you could keep your eyes closed to the reality of it. Now, even in the stillness, it's hard to ignore the toll it's taking on you. Every cough you hear, every whispered conversation, every knock on the door sends a shiver down your spine. You're waiting for it, waiting for your turn to fall. You can feel your own body betray you, but you can't do anything to stop it. You can't fight an invisible enemy that's already made its way into your bones. Meanwhile, the dead are piling up. And so are the bodies of the dead who were cured, or so they thought. See, a few people start to survive, and you think it's a sign of hope. But the truth is darker. Some of these people who managed to survive the initial infection, they're still carrying the bacteria. They're still contagious. And so the cycle repeats itself. People begin to question whether anyone truly survives the plague, or if there's something worse lying in wait for them on the other side. What if it's not over for them? What if the plague doesn't just kill you, but leaves something behind? Something more insidious. So you begin to wonder, what's the point? You keep holding on, but there's no cure, no respite, no answers. You pray, you wait, but each day is more excruciating than the last. You hear rumors about the dead returning, about corpses that seem almost too well preserved, too intact. You start thinking there's something worse than just the fever, something that comes after. And even as you pray that it won't be you, you can't stop the nagging fear in the back of your mind. What if the plague is just the beginning? What if the world is ending, and this is just a sign of the great unraveling to come? Chapter 6. You might have heard the term mortality rate tossed around as casually as any other figure. But now, as you witness the devastation around you, you know its true meaning. It's not a number. It's not an abstract concept or a statistic. It's the reality of being surrounded by death, and understanding that your chances of survival are diminishing with every passing day. And as the plague spreads, you realize something chilling. It's not just the number of people dying. It's how quickly it's happening. Entire families wiped out overnight, neighbors gone without a trace. The worst part? You can see it in the faces of the living. Everyone around you is starting to change. There's a wild, frantic look in their eyes, hunger mixed with terror. It's not just the sickness they're afraid of anymore. It's the fear of being left alone, of being abandoned in a world where nothing is certain. You might not have realized it before, but the truth is this. When death looms this large, it brings out the primal instinct to survive. And survival, when it comes down to it, is a lonely thing. As more and more people fall ill, the way the village behaves becomes unrecognizable. The sense of community is slipping away, fast. Some people lock themselves indoors, never venturing out for anything. Others, desperate to escape the inevitable, flee the town entirely. You can't blame them. They've seen what happens when you stay. Death comes for you, and when it does, it's swift and unstoppable. Some people have resorted to even more drastic measures, attempting to flee to the country or distant lands. But the plague is already there too. There is no safe place. You might wonder whether you should do the same. Leave, run away, start a new life somewhere far from here. But you know better. The disease has already reached your town, and there's no escaping it. It's not just a plague. It's a fate that follows you, like an invisible predator, stalking you in your sleep. No matter where you run, no matter how far you travel, the Black Death will find you. Perhaps the worst fear of all, though, is the idea that you could survive, that you could make it through this, but have to live in the aftermath. You start to wonder, what happens when the plague does finally end? What kind of world will you be left with? A broken one, a world where everything you knew has been reduced to ash. How will you rebuild? What will you even have to rebuild? The families are gone. The houses, empty. The streets that once hummed with life now echo with emptiness. This isn't just about surviving the disease anymore. It's about surviving the wreckage left in its wake. It's not just your town either. News travels quickly, too quickly. Even as you remain holed up in your home, you begin to hear about other places. In cities, entire neighborhoods are being wiped out in a matter of weeks. Entire swaths of land abandoned as people flee to the countryside, only to find the plague waiting for them there. The Black Death has taken on the form of a living, breathing creature, spreading across the land with no regard for the lives it touches. You've heard the wild rumors by now, the strange way the disease is moving, the odd patterns it's following. People whisper that it's not just the fleas or rats. Some say it's the very air itself, as if the plague has taken on a malevolent spirit, one that can slip through cracks in doors, under closed windows, and into the lungs of anyone who breathes it. And if you're unlucky enough to inhale that air, it's over. It's only a matter of time before you feel that first cough, that first scrape in your throat, and the panic sets in. You try to hold on to hope, but it's becoming harder to do so. Every day, the plague takes a new person you know. First, it was the grocer, then the blacksmith, and now, maybe your best friend. They're all gone, and there's nothing you can do to save them. And the worst part, it could be you next. You wonder if you're even capable of surviving it. Even if you have the strength, the plague has a way of breaking the strongest of wills. It's a slow, lingering death, and it doesn't leave much room for resistance. The disease takes your energy, your spirit, your very will to live. Meanwhile, the few who are still standing in the town, those who haven't yet succumbed, are starting to turn on each other. Desperation breeds cruelty. And what was once a tight-knit community is now a fragmented group of scared, frantic people, doing whatever they can to survive. There's talk of stealing, of hoarding supplies. People you thought you could trust, now cutting their losses, leaving others behind, in favor of their own survival. You can see it in their eyes, hear it in their voices. There's no longer room for charity or mercy. It's every person for themselves. And then there's the fact that, even if you survive, you're never really safe. You might escape the disease this time, but what if it comes back again? You've heard the terrifying stories, how the plague has a way of lying dormant in certain places. How when you think it's over, it resurfaces in a new form, more vicious, more unrelenting than before. It's enough to make you wonder, is there ever really an end to something like this? Can you ever truly escape it? The real horror, though, lies not in the disease itself, but in how it's forcing you to see the world, and yourself, differently. It's making you question the very foundations of society, the ways you've been taught to survive. Where does community end, and self-preservation begin? In the face of something this overwhelming, what lengths will you go to, in order to make sure you don't become another statistic? You start to look at the people around you with different eyes. Your family members, are they still your family? Or just people who happen to be related to you by blood? The neighbor who used to help you with small chores, the friend who always had your back, they're not the same anymore. Everyone is becoming something else. They are survivalists now, not neighbors. The world is shifting in ways you never thought possible, and your place in it is uncertain. But the real horror isn't just physical death. No, it's the slow mental deterioration, the constant fear, the isolation. The plague is eroding your sense of self, of what it means to be human. You might survive the disease, but can you survive what it does to your mind? Chapter 7. You're no longer just surviving the plague, you're surviving yourself. Every hour feels like an eternity. And with each passing day, the weight of the world presses heavier on your chest. The fear has seeped into your bones. It's not just the anxiety of disease anymore, it's the fear of what you might become, or what you might do to others, in order to ensure your own survival. People like you, once civil, once kind, are now changing. You don't need to be a doctor to see it. Something in the air has altered the very nature of human beings. The faces around you, once familiar and warm, now seen, alien. It's not just the sickness that's taking their lives. It's something darker. The plague has triggered a shift in humanity itself, and then there's the slow, creeping paranoia. Is that cough a sign? That tiredness? That slight shortness of breath? How do you know if it's just exhaustion from the stress, or the beginning of the end? It could be anything. One moment you're fine. The next, you're on the verge of knowing. There's no safe ground anymore, not physically, and certainly not mentally. The walls of your home feel more like a prison, the very air inside it dense, with the ever-present possibility that you're inhaling more than just dust. You might wonder if the disease is even in the air, drifting silently through the cracks, invisible, a constant specter at your side. You've probably wondered, how many people are you really leaving behind? You can't help but think about them. Those you've watched get sick. Some seem to go in the blink of an eye. others slowly. But in the end, it's all the same. Gone. Finished. And if you don't catch the disease, if you do manage to make it through, what does that even mean for you? What kind of life is left to live? In a world where so many are gone, the towns, the cities, the farms, all of it is being erased. You try to picture the world without these people, these places, and it feels like the future is hollow, devoid of everything that once made life meaningful. And then, the rumors grow. As though the reality of the plague wasn't enough, you start to hear whispers about things that are far worse than disease. They talk of strange happenings, signs, omens, events that couldn't be explained by normal, rational thought. There are stories about the dead coming back, or at least not staying dead. They say they wander the streets in the dark of night, calling out in soft, chilling voices. The bodies you saw buried last week, could they still be alive? Is the plague leaving behind something worse than what it takes? This isn't just about death anymore. It's about the very nature of life and death, about the boundaries between them beginning to blur. And while you might not believe in such superstitions, the feeling gnaws at you. Is there something darker in the plague's wake? Something beyond fever and death? The thought of it clings to your every waking moment. The psychological toll continues. Your own mind plays tricks on you now. The ringing of the bell, the sound of footsteps in the distance. It's enough to send you spiraling into panic. Even the quiet night feels oppressive, full of unseen threats. You've heard people mutter that they'd rather die quickly than be tormented like this, by disease, by uncertainty, by fear. But there's no escaping the fear anymore. There's no place to hide. Even in the deepest corner of your room, you're haunted by it. The silence of the world feels suffocating. What's more suffocating is the growing sense that everything you knew, everyone you knew, is slipping away piece by piece. The doctors, too, are helpless. The remedies they offer are strange, bizarre even. You hear of people drinking strange brews, applying mixtures of herbs and leeches, but they're as likely to kill you as cure you. They don't know what they're dealing with any more than you do. The fear of infection is so pervasive that it starts to feel like the only way to survive is by cutting yourself off from others entirely. The isolation is deepening. Neighbors keep their doors locked. Friends stop visiting. You start to question, is anyone really alive anymore? Or is this some kind of living death, a waiting room for the end? But something happens. After a while, the human instinct to survive doesn't fade. You watch your neighbors, the last few survivors, slowly starting to come together, cautiously sharing food, keeping watch. It's a strange, uneasy solidarity, but it's the only thing that makes sense now. You might have never considered it before, but now you understand the truth. Survival doesn't just mean physical survival. It means having someone to share it with. Without that, without the smallest connection to another human being, the weight of it all, the loneliness, would swallow you whole. There's a kind of strange power in this new community too. It's not much, but it's something. You and the few others who are still left begin to help one another, even if it's just offering some warmth during the long, cold nights, or providing a bit of food when the supplies are running low. It's not the same as before. The sense of belonging, the trust, the rituals that once held the world together. Now it's just a matter of getting through, just surviving. And then slowly, you begin to realize something. The longer you're able to keep going, the more important it becomes to stay human, in a world that's rapidly losing its humanity. You could shut yourself off completely. After all, the disease has shown you how fragile life is. But at the core, that desire to connect, to see something beyond the horror, is still there. It's like an ember in the darkness. And maybe it's that ember that will carry you through. Maybe it's that ember that will save you. It's a grim thought, one that brings you no comfort. But in a world like this, it's all you have left. And the question becomes, how long can you hold on to it before it too fades away? But there's one thing you know for sure. This is no longer just about surviving a disease. This is about surviving the aftermath of the plague that's already transforming the world. And when you do finally make it out the other side, if you make it, you know it won't be the same world you left behind. There will be nothing left to return to, just a hollow, empty shell of the place you once knew. And still, you hold on. Chapter 8. You've started to notice the peculiar shifts in your own thoughts. Once, the world outside felt real, solid, tangible. You knew where you were in it, who you were in it. Now, though, it feels like everything's gone blurry. It's not just the fatigue, the anxiety, or the hopelessness that drags at you. There's a subtle change in the very fabric of your existence. You know that the plague isn't just killing people, it's killing society itself. The small threads that held communities together, the connections between people, family, friends, neighbors. Those threads are snapping, one by one. Even if you manage to survive physically, you wonder if there's any way to survive the social death that's occurring right before your eyes. It's not just the breakdown of normal life that's unsettling. It's the atmosphere itself. The air feels different. The land feels different. As the plague sweeps through, it seems to swallow everything it touches. The towns, the cities, the farms. They're all emptying out. You hear fewer and fewer voices on the street. The children you used to see playing, gone. The tradesmen you relied on, disappeared. The vibrant markets you'd visit for food, silent. There's an eerie quality to the stillness, as if the plague has somehow made the world itself hold its breath. What's left behind is a world that feels less alive. You start to wonder, what happens to a world after everyone's been marked by death? Can you ever go back to the way things were? What's even more unsettling is the way people are beginning to react to the very idea of life continuing. You've heard it in conversations, whispered behind closed doors. They say there's no point in trying to fight this, that this plague isn't something that can be survived. Not physically, and certainly not mentally. And maybe, deep down, you can't argue with them. Because really, what kind of life is left to live after the world has fallen apart? It's a strange kind of purgatory. This waiting, this slow, creeping anticipation of death, as though it's not just around the corner, but sitting right beside you, lingering like a shadow you can't shake off. Yet even as the world falls into this desolate rhythm, there's something deeper pulling at you. Something that pushes you to keep moving. It's instinct. It's that last shred of humanity inside you. The part that refuses to accept that this is the end. Because no matter how much the plague has taken from you, you still find yourself walking through the empty streets, searching for something, anything that feels familiar. You pass through places that were once bustling with life, now just vacant husks. But there's something about that emptiness, something about those abandoned corners of the town, that seems to beckon you. It's as though the world itself is waiting for you to come back to it, to prove that life, somehow, is still worth living. And maybe, just maybe, that's what keeps you going. You think about the small acts of survival that now carry such weight. Finding a scrap of food, a drink of water, a warm fire. You're clinging to the most basic forms of life, the elemental things that make you human. You take nothing for granted. Every meal, every breath, every moment of quiet is a victory. And maybe that's the most you can ask for in a world that's crumbling. It's not about thriving anymore, it's about enduring. It's about holding on to those fragments of humanity that still exist within you, even when everything else seems lost. But there's a catch, isn't there? Even if you do manage to survive the disease, even if you pull through the worst of it, there's still the question of how to live in this new, post-plague world. The structures that once defined your life, family, community, even religion, have been stripped away. What happens to a person, to a world, when everything it once relied on has vanished? When the bonds of society have been severed and you're left with nothing but the remnants of the old world to navigate, it's like waking up in a new, unfamiliar country. Except the language isn't the only thing you don't understand, it's everything. The rules are different now. The very fabric of human existence has been torn apart, and you have to figure out what to do with the pieces. There's a palpable sense of loss in the air now, not just the loss of people, but the loss of purpose. The communities that once had shared goals, shared lives, shared traditions, those things no longer exist in the same way. People are scattered. They're not just physically distanced from one another. They're mentally and emotionally isolated too. How could it be otherwise? You can't go back to the way things were. The plague has burned too deeply into the fabric of life, and even if the sickness eventually fades, the scars remain. But there's something else, something more unexpected. Amidst the confusion and devastation, a strange resilience is starting to form. You begin to notice it in the eyes of the people still left. They're not giving up. There's an unspoken understanding between them, a recognition of something beyond just the survival of the body. People are beginning to rebuild in the small ways they can. You see a person helping another carry supplies. You see a group of strangers sharing what little food they have. There's no grand gesture, no community-wide celebration of survival. It's all small, quiet acts of defiance against the emptiness. And for a moment, it makes you believe that perhaps humanity hasn't disappeared after all. In the silence of your days, you realize something important. Survival doesn't just mean enduring the plague itself. It means enduring everything that comes after. The emotional toll, the disintegration of a way of life, the loneliness, the fear. But somehow, even in the face of all that, the need to keep moving forward remains. You've come this far, haven't you? And the road ahead may seem bleak, but it's still a road. It's still a path. And as long as there is a path, there is still hope. Even if it's just the faintest glimmer. Maybe that's what makes you different from the people who have already given up. You refuse to stop. You refuse to let go of the belief that, despite everything, it's still worth it to try, to fight, to live, and so, you keep walking. Chapter 9. There's a quiet moment of realization that comes over you when the worst has passed. If the worst has passed. The air is still thick with the lingering tension of those final moments of fevered fear. Feels somehow lighter now. It's not that the disease has completely faded away, or that the world is restored to its former state. Far from it, but the immediate danger has receded. There's no more panic in the streets, no more signs of fresh victims everywhere. In some ways, the plague itself feels like it's gone, like an uninvited guest who's finally taken its leave. Yet the damage it's done lingers like a ghost, its presence impossible to ignore. You might not be able to pinpoint exactly when the shift happened, the slow, aching realization that somehow you survived. But there you are, still standing, barely. The worst is over, and yet the world you once knew is forever changed. It's no longer just the disease itself that threatens to destroy you. It's the aftermath. It's the mental strain, the loss of family, friends, neighbors, the absence of community, of shared existence. That's the true plague now, isn't it? Not just the physical death of those around you, but the slow, lingering death of everything that made the world feel like a world in the first place. In the days after, you wander through the ruins of what used to be a thriving town. The streets are eerily empty, the house is abandoned or completely decayed. You can almost hear the echoes of laughter, the busy chatter of marketplace negotiations, the sounds of children running through the streets. Those are all gone now. The marketplaces, once full of life and vibrancy, are silent. The shops, the taverns, the inns, they're closed, some left to rot under the weight of neglect. In some places, all that's left is the memory of people. No one is around to keep them alive. The world feels ghostly, detached, as if you're walking through the remnants of a dream that's slowly fading from your grasp. As you look around, it occurs to you, the Black Death hasn't just killed the people, it's killed the way of life. It's hard to overstate just how radical the change is. Once, you could count on certain things. The sun rising, the markets opening, the predictable rhythms of daily life. But now, nothing feels certain. You realize you no longer even know what normal means anymore. Was there even a normal? What does it mean to live in a world where the old structures, religious, political, social, have crumbled? In some ways, it feels as if the very notion of civilization itself has collapsed under the weight of the plague's relentless toll. It's as though you're standing at the edge of a new world, a world where the rules haven't been written yet. The small, quiet acts of kindness you witnessed earlier, those fleeting moments where people, despite the odds, began to help each other, are what keep you going. Without them, you don't think you could have made it this far. Humanity, in its most raw, most fragile form, is what sustains you now, because that's what you have left. The desire to rebuild, to reimagine what a future might look like, even though it's impossible to know how or if such a future will ever come to pass. There are still survivors scattered across the desolate town. Some are strangers to you, others familiar faces from before. Together you form a sort of makeshift community. It's not the same as before. There's no real sense of stability, no established trust. You still don't know who's safe, who might carry the disease still, who could be hiding their symptoms. Everyone is on edge, every interaction tinged with suspicion. But you do what you can to survive. You share what little you have. You keep to yourselves, and you pray that the worst is behind you. At night, the quiet is overwhelming. Once the sounds of the town, voices, laughter, the distant hum of activity, filled the air. Now the only noise is the wind and the occasional distant howl of a dog. The silence is almost suffocating. The days blend together. The sun seems to rise and set without ceremony. There's no real rhythm anymore, just the monotony of trying to stay alive. But in this silence, you've started to notice something else. It's a strange, almost eerie feeling that creeps into your thoughts. As you walk the streets, look at the broken buildings, the empty squares. The world is changing, yes, but there's something more happening here, something beneath the surface. The silence isn't just the absence of sound. It feels like the beginning of something new. You might not be able to articulate it yet, but you sense it in the air, in the way people look at each other now, in the way the land itself seems to hold its breath. What happens when a world has been destroyed, and yet there are people left? What happens when the remnants of society still stand? Broken, abandoned, scattered, but still standing? You begin to wonder if this isn't just an ending, but a beginning as well, a rebirth of sorts, but one that is strange, one that feels almost alien to you. It's almost as if the Black Death, in its brutality, has forced the world to hit the reset button. It has wiped out so much that now there's a sense of starting over. But the rules of the new world are unclear. No one knows what will rise from the ashes. Can humanity build something better? Or will we simply fall back into old habits, repeating the mistakes that led to such a devastating plague in the first place? You begin to ask yourself, what does it mean to rebuild after something like this? You don't have the answers. None of you do. But the instinct to try, to live, to build, to create, is undeniable. And perhaps that is the only thing you can trust now. Maybe it's that sense of purpose, that drive to move forward, even when everything seems lost, that will guide you through the coming years. For now, you can only keep walking, step by step, one day at a time. Chapter 10. A strange, restless energy stirs within you, as the world around you continues its slow, painful recovery. The days have begun to feel less oppressive, though the shadow of the Black Death still lingers, hovering like an unspoken truth. You can't shake the feeling that the worst isn't truly over, not because the disease is still rampant, but because the aftershocks of it are only beginning to show themselves. The way people think, the way they act, it's different now. It's not just the broken bodies of the dead you have to contend with, but the broken minds of the living, as the survivors like you struggle to find their place in the new, fractured world. Something deep shifts in the collective psyche. What's become clear is that people don't just mourn the dead. They mourn their past lives, their former identities. When you've lived through something as harrowing as the Black Death, the question of who you are, what you stand for, becomes blurred. The world was once so full of structure, of faith, of clear roles and expectations. But now, all of that seems so fragile, so far out of reach. People are starting to question everything. Authority, religion, the very institutions that once held their lives together. You've heard people speak of these things in hushed tones, of how the plague has stripped away all that was familiar, all that was certain. Some say that it's a punishment, a divine retribution for the sins of mankind. Others insist that it's a test, a trial to see how humanity will respond when it is pushed to the brink. And then there are those who have simply lost their faith, who claim that there is no divine justice, no cosmic balance, only random chaos. For you, though, there's no simple answer. You've seen enough to know that the world isn't black and white anymore. It's shades of gray, impossibly complicated, confusing. The people you see around you now seem like ghosts. No, not ghosts. They're shells of the people they once were. You felt it yourself, how easy it is to slip into a kind of numbness, to go through the motions of survival without ever truly living. It's all a blur. The memory of a life that once had meaning, purpose, routine, fades with each passing day. Yet despite the desolation, despite the endless uncertainty, there's still a flicker of something. It's small, insignificant even, perhaps, but it's there, hope. It's a strange thing to feel in a world so broken, so stripped of its beauty, but it's undeniable. Hope, though, has become something different now. It's not the naive hope of before, the hope that things will go back to normal. That hope is dead. No, the hope you carry now is quieter, more reflective. It's the hope that you and those around you will somehow find a way to rebuild, not just the physical world, but the emotional one too. The one that was shattered when the plague took everything you knew. And so, despite the silence, despite the strangeness, Despite the nagging feeling that life will never be the same, you continue. There's a kind of quiet strength in that. You walk through the streets, you look at the broken buildings, the abandoned homes, and you realize that, little by little, life is starting to pulse again. It's tentative, fragile, and unsure, but it's there. What you begin to notice more and more is that the people around you, the ones who have survived this nightmare with you, have started to shift as well. They're no longer just walking through the motions. They're seeking something, a purpose, a reason. You watch them cautiously, as if unsure how to proceed. The human need for connection is still there, though it's been buried under layers of grief and uncertainty. But you see it, the glances exchanged between strangers, the quiet nods, the small conversations that take place between those who have not yet completely abandoned their humanity. There's a shared understanding between you and these others. It's as if everyone around you is trying to figure out what comes next. Some have become fixated on rebuilding what was lost, clearing the streets, attempting to start small businesses again, attempting to create some semblance of normality. Others, however, are more focused on what they've learned during this period of extreme isolation. Many find themselves grappling with what this plague has revealed about the fragility of human existence. Life can be so easily taken away, so unexpectedly stripped from you. There's something profound in that knowledge. It changes you. The most striking thing you've noticed is the emergence of community, even if it looks very different from the community you once knew. There are no more grand feasts or lavish gatherings. The people who are left have learned the value of small, quiet moments. People gather around makeshift hearths. They share what little food they have left, and with each passing day they talk. Not about grand ideas or the things that once seemed important, but about the simple things. Who's still alive, how they're holding up, where the next supply of food will come from. In these mundane moments, something more important than survival is taking root: trust, connection, a fragile, almost imperceptible rebuilding of what it means to be human in the wake of such catastrophe. The irony is not lost on you, that it's in the aftermath of the Black Death, when everything seems lost, that humanity might rediscover its most essential quality: compassion. You don't know if it's enough to truly rebuild the world, but you see it happening in real time around you. That small flicker of hope you feel, it's growing. At the same time, though, there's still a lingering dread. You've seen the toll the plague has taken on everyone's psyche. People are scared, not just physically, but mentally. The fear of death, the terror of illness has changed people. Some have retreated into themselves, becoming paranoid and distant. Others have completely surrendered to the chaos, seeing no purpose in anything anymore. And then there are the others, the ones who have, against all odds, chosen to fight, to push back against the darkness, to live. Their strength doesn't come from defying death, but from embracing life, however broken and uncertain it might be. You've seen that in yourself too. It's why you keep going. It's not about surviving the Black Death anymore. It's about surviving after it. And that means holding on to the fragile pieces of your humanity. The things that make you feel alive: hope, connection, kindness. These things might not be enough to heal the world, but they're all you have, and maybe, just maybe, that's enough. Meanwhile, those left behind, the laborers, artisans, and peasants packed into filthy, overcrowded quarters, face a deadly lottery. With little room to escape the fleas and rats, their chances are far worse. Remember the rats from Chapter 2? Well, their favorite hangouts are precisely these cramped neighborhoods, making them plague hotspots. The massive death toll causes a labor shortage unlike anything seen before. Fields go untended, workshops close, and the city's economy stalls. Suddenly, workers find themselves in demand. You, as a surviving laborer, might be shocked to discover you have newfound bargaining power. Wages rise, working conditions improve, if only briefly. This shift starts to reshape medieval society, sowing seeds for future social change. But that doesn't mean life gets easier. The dead outnumber the living. Families are torn apart, children orphaned, and entire communities wiped out. The church, once a source of comfort, is overwhelmed, and priests themselves fall victim to the plague. The usual rituals around death and mourning are disrupted, leaving survivors to grapple with grief in isolation. You might have also seen how the plague fuels religious upheaval. Some people turn to extreme piety, joining radical sects or renouncing worldly goods. Others lose faith altogether, questioning how a just God could allow such suffering. This spiritual crisis shakes the foundations of medieval Christianity. Interestingly, some historians argue that the Black Death accelerated the decline of the feudal system. With fewer serfs to work the land and more bargaining power for peasants, the old rigid hierarchies begin to shift. Others caution that this transition was uneven and took decades, but you feel the tremors of change beneath your feet. In the midst of this upheaval, cultural expressions emerge. Artists begin to depict death and decay more openly, giving rise to the dance macabre, or dance of death motif, a haunting reminder that death comes for everyone, regardless of status. Chapter 11. The weeks bleed into months, and while you try to convince yourself that the worst is behind you, a quiet unease persists. There are whispers in the corners of the town about things getting worse again. The signs are subtle: strange occurrences, unexplained fevers, people coughing violently. Every time a new person falls ill, there's a collective holding of breath. The plague, it seems, never really left. It's lurking just beneath the surface, biding its time, waiting for an opportunity to return. You can't shake the constant nagging fear that it's not a matter of if the plague will resurface, but when. Every cough, every sickly face is a reminder that the world you once knew might never fully recover. But the world around you is still moving forward despite it all. People are, for better or worse, adjusting to life in the new reality. The market square, though no longer bustling with the vibrancy it once had, is still functional in its own way. There are fewer traders, but the ones who remain seem determined to keep the flow of goods going. You notice how the survivors, those who are still strong enough to work, have become almost like small islands of resilience in the middle of a sea of uncertainty. You can tell they're holding on to anything they can, clinging to routine, because routine is the only thing that gives a sense of control in a world that's spiraled out of control. There's an odd kind of wariness among the townspeople now. The once shared sense of communal strength is starting to fade. Not because people have stopped caring for one another. No, it's deeper than that. There's a creeping suspicion, a quiet anxiety that settles into every interaction. The fear of the plague turning again, the fear of neighbors harboring the disease and spreading it unknowingly. The fear that any shared contact might bring about a new wave of infection. And yet, people still find ways to come together, however fragmented and uneasy those gatherings might be. It's a strange kind of solidarity born not out of trust, but necessity. Despite the daily struggle to maintain some semblance of life, the mental toll of living through such a catastrophic event is starting to show itself in ways you hadn't anticipated. People are starting to crack. It's as though the plague has not only infected the body, but the very mind and spirit. You begin to see the effects of this exhaustion in the eyes of those you pass on the streets. Their gazes are duller, more vacant, as if the fight to survive has drained them of everything else. You see mothers and fathers working long hours in the fields, their faces etched with weariness, their movements sluggish, as though they're running on fumes. The children, those few who are still left, seem to bear the burden of their parents' struggles. They're quieter now, their playful energy long since extinguished by the weight of the world on their tiny shoulders. And then there's you. You can feel it too, the strain of survival, of living through something so vast and horrifying. The day-to-day existence, though no longer dominated by the fear of immediate death, is an exhausting, constant fight to hold on to something that feels real, something worth continuing for. You've spent so much of your energy in these months trying to figure out how to survive, how to rebuild, how to keep going, that you haven't really had time to think about the emotional wreckage you're carrying inside. You put it all aside, focusing only on the bare necessities of life, but now you begin to notice that this tension is building inside of you. You're constantly fatigued, not just physically, but emotionally, mentally. There are moments when you stare blankly at a wall, when your mind drifts into that deep, foggy space of exhaustion, and you wonder if the strain of all this will ever go away. You're not the same person you were before the plague. None of you are. It's hard to know where to go from here. How do you build a new life when you've witnessed the destruction of the old one? How do you find joy, find meaning, when everything you knew has been touched by death? You're not sure, but the question gnaws at you with every passing day. There's a growing fear that even if the disease never returns, the society you once knew is gone forever. And with it, the things that once gave your life purpose. The structure of daily life, the security of your family's well-being, the hope of a future you could look forward to, all of it seems like a distant memory now. The community you once took for granted, a ghost. Despite this creeping sense of loss, there's also something new beginning to form in the cracks. The realization that there's still you, still the will to survive, still the spark of life within you. In these moments of quiet reflection, you feel that spark flicker a little brighter. It's not the same hope you had before, but it's something that feels just as important. Maybe, just maybe, you'll find a way to rebuild not just the physical world around you, but your own sense of self. You can't just exist on survival alone. There has to be something more. And then, one day, something does change. It's not a large change, not a dramatic shift in the tide. No, it's something small, almost imperceptible. You notice it when you pass a group of survivors near the town's edge. There's laughter. Not a loud, boisterous kind of laughter, but the quiet kind, soft, like a fragile flower beginning to bloom in the harshest of conditions. And for the first time in a long while, you feel something stir inside you. It's not joy, not quite, but it's the beginning of something more, something that feels human again. It's not just the absence of the plague that gives you hope. It's the presence of life. Not the kind of life that ignores death, that pretends it never happened, but the kind of life that learns to exist with death, to carry it, to live in the shadow of it without being swallowed whole. Maybe that's what survival means now, not just existing, but finding a way to live through the devastation. You don't know how to make sense of it all yet, but you feel that something inside you, inside all of you, is beginning to heal, even if it's just the tiniest bit. It's not over, you know that, but perhaps this is what comes after the plague, the painful, gradual rebuilding. And though you don't know how long it will take, or what the future holds, you realize you have something that matters more than anything else right now, the willingness to move forward. Step by step. Chapter 12. The days move on, their rhythm slower, more contemplative now. You become attuned to the pace of life, adjusting to the ebb and flow of survival that no longer feels like an urgent race, but rather a patient, almost meditative procession. It's strange, but there's a peculiar peace that comes with having faced the worst and still being here. But with this peace comes an undeniable recognition of what remains, a shell of what was once your world, a quiet emptiness where bustling markets and vibrant conversations used to fill the air. You begin to notice the physical marks of the plague in the town, not just the abandoned houses, the vacant streets, the once grand structures now collapsing under neglect, but the land itself. The earth seems heavy, burdened by the devastation. Fields once rich with crops lie barren, the soil cracked and dry, almost as if nature herself has grown weary. The trees that once lined the roads seem bent, their branches hanging low, as if weighed down by the grief that seems to hang over everything. It's a subtle thing at first, but then you begin to see it in every corner of the landscape. The world around you has been touched by the Black Death in ways you can't even begin to articulate. It's not just the death of people, but the death of a certain way of being. Even the earth itself feels different. There are still survivors, yes, but they are few, and those who remain are not the same as they once were. The plague has changed them, twisted them in ways you can't explain. In the early days, you noticed how people clung to each other, how they fought to protect their families, their communities. Now, however, it seems as if the sense of shared humanity has fractured. People have become more insular, more cautious. It's not that they don't care about one another, but the emotional and psychological toll of the plague has left its mark. You see it in their faces, the tired eyes, the hollow looks, the way they turn away when you try to make eye contact. Even the closest of families seem a little more distant now, a little more guarded. People have learned, perhaps too well, how to shield themselves from the pain of loss. You've started to sense a kind of division, a subtle chasm forming between those who survived the plague and those who didn't. There's no animosity, not exactly, but there's a lingering tension, an unspoken understanding that something profound has happened, a shift in perspective, a line drawn between the living and the dead, those who have been through the worst, who've seen the unimaginable, who've fought for every breath. There's a sort of quiet reverence that seems to follow them now. You've heard the whispers of admiration, of awe, as if the survivors hold some kind of sacred knowledge about what it means to live through the end of the world and come out the other side. But as with all things in this new world, there is no easy answer to what comes next. The world is still broken, and so are the people within it. You notice that some of the survivors have started to adopt a kind of quiet ritualism, almost as though they are attempting to return to some of the old ways. Small altars appear in the corners of homes, candles lit in remembrance, prayers muttered under breath. They don't call it faith, not anymore. Faith has been shattered, its foundations cracked and broken by the brutality of what they've lived through. But what else is there? How can anyone live in this new world without some kind of anchor, some tether to what once was? You've begun to join in these quiet moments, lighting a candle here, sitting in silence there. It's not about the prayers anymore. It's not even about believing in something greater. It's about the need for connection. For remembering that, in spite of everything, there's something worth holding on to. Some days, it's the simplest acts that matter most. A shared meal, a gentle smile from a neighbor, the warmth of a hand held in the darkness. These things have become more precious than gold in this fractured world. But there's still that lingering anxiety, that quiet, persistent fear that the worst could return at any moment. The shadow of the plague, though it seems to have left, has never truly dissipated. You don't know if it's the fear of disease, of death, or just the fear of the unknown that haunts you, but it's always there, just beneath the surface. The reality is that nothing in this world is predictable anymore. Tomorrow could bring a new wave of sickness, a new wave of fear, or it could bring nothing at all, just the slow, steady continuation of life as you know it. Either way, you're caught in the tension between what has been, what is, and what might come. And yet, there's something oddly liberating in this new uncertainty. In a world that no longer makes sense, there's a strange freedom in letting go of the need for control, of surrendering to the unknown. You've learned, as so many others have, that life is fragile, fleeting, and that the only thing you can truly depend on is change. Perhaps that's what has shifted in you too, the recognition that survival is more than just living from day to day. It's about embracing the uncertainty. It's about learning to live without expectations, to find meaning even when there's no guarantee of tomorrow. You no longer know if the world will ever return to what it was, and perhaps that's okay. The world doesn't have to be what it was, it just has to be what it is now. You begin to notice others who are also beginning to see this, slowly, imperceptibly. Those who have been through the worst, who have faced death at every turn, are starting to embrace a kind of quiet acceptance. They no longer cling to the old world, to the things that used to matter. Instead, they've started to look to the future, not with certainty, but with possibility. They begin to ask questions like, what can we rebuild? What does a new world look like? What comes after? And in your quieter moments, you find yourself asking those questions too. You don't know the answers, not yet, but in the asking, you begin to understand that survival is not about reaching the end. It's about finding a way to live in the midst of everything, to make something out of the shattered pieces. Perhaps that is the true legacy of the Black Death, not the end, but the beginning of something new. A new world, a new way of being. The old life is gone, but the new life, it's still waiting to be forged. Chapter 13. The days are growing longer, and with each passing one, you can feel the subtle shift in the atmosphere. There's a quiet, almost unspoken understanding among the survivors. The world has fundamentally changed, and so must they. Life after the plague doesn't have to resemble the life before. There's a strange kind of freedom in this realization, as if the rules that once bound you all have been unwritten. In some ways, the old world's rigid structure feels like a distant memory, an echo from a time that's long since passed. But with this new freedom comes the weight of choice, and sometimes that weight feels heavier than anything the plague could have thrown at you. The town has become a place of both survival and renewal, though no one truly knows how or where to begin. You find yourself walking the streets, noticing how people are gathering, conversing, rebuilding in the quietest ways. Some start to fix the collapsed rooftops, others set about cleaning the streets that had been neglected during the worst of the plague. But even these efforts feel tentative, unsure. The destruction is so vast, the damage so profound, that the act of rebuilding often seems futile. How can you rebuild what you never thought would fall apart in the first place? But somehow, life still goes on. You see it in the small acts of kindness that have begun to take root. A woman offers another a handful of herbs in exchange for some old tools. A child hands over a ragged doll to a grieving mother as if to offer some small comfort. These are not grand gestures, but they're enough to remind you that there's something human left, something worth saving. In these moments, you realize that even in the face of devastation, there are things that can't be extinguished. Things like empathy, generosity, and community. They might be small, but they're the threads that are beginning to weave a new kind of existence from the tattered remnants of the old. The question, of course, is whether it's enough. Whether the survivors, those who are left, can build something lasting from the wreckage. But maybe it's not about rebuilding the same world. Maybe it's about creating something new altogether. Some people have already started asking these questions, trying to figure out how to move forward, how to live in a world where nothing is certain. It's a question that plagues you too. What kind of life can you have after something like the Black Death? What does it mean to survive if nothing will ever be the same? As you walk along the roads that once felt familiar, you notice that the old landmarks are slowly being forgotten. The towering cathedral that once stood proudly at the center of town is now a hollow shell. Its grand stained glass windows shattered, its once glorious spires now crumbled. The homes, too, that were once well kept, are now abandoned. The streets where children used to play are eerily quiet, the laughter that once filled the air now replaced by the soft, mournful whisper of the wind. It's hard not to feel a sense of loss, even as you cling to the hope that something will rise from the ashes. The place you once called home is no longer home at all. It's a reminder of everything that's been lost, of everything that's been taken. And yet, as you look around, you start to see that the people, what's left of them, are slowly finding new ways to fill the spaces left behind by death. New traditions are taking root. New ways of thinking are emerging. It's not that the survivors are forgetting the past. They can't. It's that they are learning to live with the past, to honor it, but not to be held captive by it. You see this in the way people are coming together, quietly, in small gatherings. It's not the same kind of community as before. It's more subdued, more introspective. But it's still there. People talk about what's next, what they hope for. They exchange stories of their losses, of what they endured during the plague, but also stories of their hopes for the future. It's a strange thing to hear, this talk of a future, after everything that's happened. But somehow, the more they speak, the more you start to realize that there is a future, even if it's nothing like the one they had imagined. Some people have begun to turn their eyes to the land, to the earth beneath their feet. They've learned through the most brutal of lessons that the earth can be as unforgiving as it is generous. The crops you once relied on are no longer there. The soil, though rich, has been ravaged by years of neglect, but the people are learning how to work with it again, slowly, tentatively. They begin to plant new crops, ones that might be better suited to this new, harsher world. They are planting seeds not just in the soil, but in the hope that the land, though scarred, can still give life. You have started planting your own seeds too, not in the ground, though that's happening as well, but in yourself, in your own slow process of healing. You find yourself more reflective now, more aware of the fragility of everything. In those quiet moments, you can almost hear the faint stirrings of something new within you, something that wasn't there before. You start to wonder if you too can grow, can rebuild, just as the land is. If you can find a way to make peace with what's been lost, to accept what is, and to live, really live, in this strange new world. But even as you take these steps toward rebuilding, you're never quite free of that quiet, persistent fear. The Black Death may have passed for now, but it's always lingering just out of sight, like a storm cloud on the horizon. There's no certainty in this world anymore. All you can do is take each day as it comes, each moment as it arrives, and do your best to make something of it. Maybe that's all anyone can really do now. Still, as you look around and see others beginning to make their own way forward, you start to believe that perhaps there is something to this new world. It's raw, uncertain, painful, but it's also real. It's a world where survival means more than just existing. It means living with purpose, with intention. And that, in itself, is a kind of rebirth. You take another step forward into the unknown. It's not the life you thought you'd have, but it's the life you have now, and perhaps, just perhaps, that's enough. Chapter 14. The nights are growing colder now, a bite to the air that wasn't there before, like the earth itself is sighing in its own way, a weary exhale as the seasons turn. You feel it when you wake in the mornings, the crispness in your lungs as you take a deep breath and pull the tattered cloak tighter around your shoulders. There are still moments of sunlight, still the occasional warmth of the midday rays, but the nights, those are growing darker, longer, more somber. It's as if the world itself is echoing the quiet desolation you've all come to live with, as if it too mourns what was lost. But even the long nights don't carry the same weight they once did. The fear of the plague's return, that gnawing terror that kept you awake through many dark hours, is still there, but it's muted now, buried under the slow, steady rhythm of daily life. It's almost as though you've become accustomed to the uncertainty. You've learned to live with it, to expect the unexpected. For the first time since the Black Death ravaged everything, you feel a small sense of peace in simply being. Not because the world has become easier, far from it, but because you've learned how to exist within it. You are not untouched by the scars of the plague, but you have learned to wear them with a kind of quiet dignity. You notice that the people around you are beginning to settle into something like a routine. It's not the same routine as before, not the busy, structured days that once filled the town with the hum of commerce and life, but it's a rhythm. There are still hard days, of course, harder days. Some of the older survivors who had once hoped for something resembling normalcy are starting to lose their resolve. There's talk of leaving the town for good, seeking out places untouched by the plague, places where the future might still hold promise. You can understand it, even if you don't share the same impulse. To leave would be to flee the past, to run from the ghosts that linger in every corner of this place, in every shadow of the empty houses, the abandoned streets. But for you, leaving feels like something more difficult. A betrayal, almost. You've lived through the worst of it here, endured the weight of survival. This town, as broken as it is, has become a part of you. To walk away would feel like erasing the history you've all survived, as though all the pain, all the loss, could be packed away in a bag and discarded. You can't do that, not when you've already buried so much of yourself in these ruins. Instead, you decide to stay. You've come to accept that rebuilding doesn't necessarily mean returning to what was. It means making something new out of what remains. And so you begin, slowly, to forge a new kind of life, one small decision at a time. You help rebuild the old mill, and though it's not the same as it was before, there's something comforting in seeing the water wheel turn again, something peaceful in hearing the soft, rhythmic churning of the gears. It's not much, but it's enough. It's the beginning of a new way forward, and it gives you hope. The people who are left are, for the most part, holding on. You've begun to see them, not as survivors of a plague, but as builders of something new. They are trying, in their own quiet ways, to carve out new lives. They are trying to rebuild the old bonds of community, even if they're different now. There are small gatherings once again, simple meals shared, quiet talks around the fire. Not every conversation is about the plague, though it hangs in the air like a silent specter, its shadow always stretching out behind them. Still, there's laughter now, even if it's rare, and when it comes, it's a gift. Unexpected and precious, like finding a flower blooming in a field that's long since been scorched by the sun. But for all the efforts to rebuild, the wound left by the plague hasn't healed. There's no denying that. It's an open, raw thing, not yet scabbed over, still pulsing with the memory of what was lost. You see it in the eyes of the children who survived, in the way they cling a little tighter to their mothers, the way they shy away from strangers. You see it in the eyes of the elders who've lost so much that their smiles no longer come easily. You see it in the faces of the young people who never knew a world without the plague, who carry a burden of grief they can't even fully understand. The loss is everywhere, unspoken but felt, lingering in the spaces between words and actions. And yet, there's something undeniable in the way the town continues to pulse with life, like the faintest heartbeat. It's not much, but it's there. It's not the world that existed before the plague, not by a long shot, but it's something that has learned how to survive in a new world, a world that no longer offers the promises it once did, but also doesn't demand the same kind of blind faith. Perhaps that's the lesson of it all. That life doesn't always offer you the certainty you once had, but it does give you the chance to decide what you want it to be. The townspeople have learned, in their own way, how to live with the loss, how to continue even when they don't know exactly what they're building. It's not about recreating the past, because the past can never come back. But maybe, just maybe, it's about creating a future that's grounded in something else, the quiet resolve to carry on, no matter how hard it gets. And you too have learned this lesson, not just to survive, but to find meaning in the survival itself, to find purpose in the struggle, in the very act of continuing when the world seems to crumble around you. You've come to realize that life after the plague will never be what it was, but it doesn't have to be a tragedy. It can be something new, something that holds space for what was lost, but also for what's still here, for what's still worth fighting for. In the end, the question is not whether you'll survive. You've already answered that. The question is whether you'll find a way to live. And maybe, just maybe, you will. Chapter 15. The light of the moon reflects off the surface of the river, casting long, silvery shadows across the village. The night air feels cooler now, but it carries a sense of calm. The chaos of the past, the fevered rush to survive, the constant dread, the never-ending uncertainty, seems like a faraway dream, or perhaps a nightmare. But for the first time in what feels like forever, you realize it's not the darkness of the past that surrounds you, but the quiet of the present. The sound of the wind, the rustling leaves, the occasional call of an owl in the distance. It's a different kind of quiet now, one that doesn't feel ominous or suffocating, but peaceful, still, as if the world is exhaling. You find yourself sitting on the edge of a small stone wall, looking out at the river. There's no urgency in the air, no pressure to act. The immediate threat of the plague is gone. The fear that it might return has dulled into the background, like a distant storm. For now, the world feels like it's at rest, and you too have learned how to rest. Not in the way you used to, not in the reckless abandon of a world you thought was invincible, but in a quieter, more deliberate way. There's no rush anymore, no frantic need to fill the space with noise and movement. You've learned the value of stillness, of sitting with the quiet, of letting it wash over you. The town has changed. There's no denying that. The vibrancy it once held has been dimmed, the streets quieter, the homes fewer. Many have left in search of safer places, others have retreated into themselves, unwilling to face the memory of all that's been lost. Yet you see those who remain, those like you, have learned to live differently. The town has become something else, something new. It's not the thriving, bustling place it once was, but it's still here, still standing, still surviving. And that in itself is enough. You've walked these streets 1,000 times, and yet every corner feels different now, almost as though you're seeing them for the first time. The old church, once a place of grand ceremonies and joyous celebrations, now stands as a hushed monument to the lives it sheltered. Its bells no longer ring to mark the passage of time, but you've heard whispers that the town's few remaining souls plan to revive it, restore it in their own way. They don't expect it to be what it was, and they don't want it to be. The past is gone, but they're learning to live with it, to honor it without clinging to it. You've noticed how the town, little by little, is regaining some semblance of life. People have started building new homes in the space where the old ones stood. Not the grand, stone structures of the past, but simple dwellings made from wood, thatch, and the materials available to them. They're small, modest, but they stand as a symbol of a determination to move forward, to build something. The market, too, is coming back to life. Fewer merchants, fewer goods, but the exchange is happening again. There's a rhythm to it, a pulse beneath the surface that can't be ignored. The streets aren't crowded with activity like they once were, but there's a gentle hum to them now, a quiet, steady heartbeat. And you too feel a quiet rhythm taking root in your own heart. You've learned to live with loss, with the grief that comes from watching the world around you disintegrate. You've learned to carry that grief, not as a burden, but as a part of who you are. It doesn't define you, but it's there, woven into the fabric of your life. In some ways, it's even become a source of strength. You've seen what it means to survive, to persevere when the odds are stacked against you. You know now that survival is not just about fighting against death, but about finding meaning in the struggle itself. You witness how conspiracy theories as old as humanity itself take root. Jews, foreigners, or marginalized groups are accused of poisoning wells or conspiring to spread the disease. These accusations lead to horrific violence, including massacres of Jewish communities across Europe. Fear transforms into hatred, and the social fabric tears even further. There was also the bizarre but persistent belief in miasma theory, which held that diseases like the plague spread through noxious air, bad smells from swamps, rotting garbage, or decaying bodies. This led to some interesting urban responses, like burning fires and incense in streets to purify the air, or efforts to clean public spaces. Unfortunately, none of these actions stopped the fleas or the bacteria hitching a ride. Then there were the miracle cures pushed by charlatans and desperate healers. You might have been sold potions made from ground pearls, crushed toads, or even human urine, each touted as a magical panacea. In one especially quirky practice, people believed that holding a healthy person's urine could transfer their health to the sick. So much for modern personal boundaries. Despite all these misconceptions, some communities instinctively practice forms of quarantine, isolating the sick or closing city gates to outsiders. Venice, for example, pioneered quarantine stations called lazarettos, where ships were held for 40 days, 40 giorni, before their cruising goods could enter the city. This was a surprisingly effective measure, even if no one understood why at the time. Historians still argue about how much these superstitions and partial knowledge affected the spread of the disease. Did some practices unintentionally slow the plague, or did fear and ignorance only make it worse? Probably a bit of both. Through it all, you're trying to make sense of a world turned upside down, grasping at anything that promises control in the face of chaos. The result? A patchwork of fear, hope, and desperate rituals that shape your experience of the Black Death as much as the disease itself. The world is different now. There's no question about that. The past is gone. The world that existed before the Black Death, before the plague, before the death and destruction, is no longer a reality. But there's something new here, something that's emerged from the wreckage of what came before. You see it in the way people work together, in the way they share what little they have, in the way they've started to rebuild, not just their homes, but their hearts. They've learned to live with what they've lost, and in that quiet acceptance, they've found a kind of resilience, a strength that didn't exist before, a strength forged in the fires of tragedy. And as you sit there by the river, watching the water flow gently past, You realize that perhaps the greatest lesson the plague taught you was not just how to survive, but how to live again. Not in the way you used to, not in the rush, in the noise of a world that now seems like a distant memory, but in a quieter, more deliberate way. You've learned to appreciate the small things. The sound of the wind in the trees, the warmth of the sun on your face, the simple act of breathing, of being. The future is still uncertain, of course. No one knows what tomorrow will bring. But for the first time in a long time, you find yourself willing to face it, not with fear, but with an open heart, because you've learned through everything that life doesn't have to be what it was. It can be something new, something still worth living. And in this moment, you realize that the future is still being written, not by fate or by some divine hand, but by you, by the people who are here, who are still standing, still breathing. The Black Death may have left its mark on the world, on history, on the people who lived through it. But it did not win. You did. Slow your breath and soften your thoughts as the garden's night embraces you. The busy mind quiets. The day's chatter fades to a whisper. Imagine yourself resting beneath ancient olive trees, their leaves whispering secrets only the night knows. Feel the cool earth supporting you, steady and sure. The gentle hum of distant voices and soft rustling leaves lull your senses into peace. Remember, wisdom is not a race but a journey, measured, patient, and kind. Like the philosophers who took naps mid-argument, allow yourself the grace to pause and renew. The dance between thought and rest is delicate and essential. Now, as you sink deeper into this calm, imagine your own breath sensing with the gentle night. The questions and ideas will wait until morning light. For tonight, all that matters is rest, renewal, and the soft embrace of sleep. Let the shadows cradle you, the cool breeze soothe you, and the stars watch over you. You are safe, you are enough, and you are ready for whatever comes next. Good night.